Atapados, Wishimeka Prados, Barushimeka, Olam Wae. Wishaman Bene Israel, El Shabbat, La So, El Shabbat, Le Doro Tamidi Olam. Beni Bene Israel, Otilola. Kisha Shekin Mimasa, El Shaddai, Vashamayim. Where to Ades, Rayom Mashbi, Shabbat, Rayna Fash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Emeneka, Baruch Turateka, Baruch Kedushateka. El Shaddai Melech, El Shaddai Malach, El Shaddai Imlok, Olam Wae. Baruch Shem Kabor Makuto, Olam Wae. Baruch Habo Elohim Bin Komon Melech Elyon. Aluhu Olam Wae. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness and possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect, for all his ways are just, the God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right is he. Shebu. Shebu means to sit or shed. Being that I'm talking to a congregation or a numerous amount of people, I said Shebu. Shebu is for it's plural for many people. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, Chief Eleazar, to the chiefmen, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you, telling my forefathers, I say to you, Shabbat Shalom. I look forward to this. I don't know about nobody else, man, but I look forward to this day. I look forward to shutting things down, shutting everything down for the sake and the honorability and the glorification of God. I look forward to this, man. To where in my past life, even though I was raised in these laws, I didn't look forward to it. Ain't that something? The way I felt in my past when I was younger, I didn't have the same feelings that I have now for God. Which means these feelings that transpires has to grow. It grows according to what you put in to this way of life, towards what you do in this way of life. I'm gonna hit a few points and the chapter is Deuteronomy 13. But I got a few points I'm gonna go to. Let's go to Deuteronomy 13. All right? I'm gonna hit a few points. The first thing I want to explain, and I'm gonna go into Deuteronomy 22, where it says, Keli Gebed. Keli is a utensil, a tool, a thing, an instrument, an artifact, an article, a vessel, a container. It also covers dress wear or a garment. So we didn't have and use the same cups. We didn't use the same chairs. We didn't sleep in the same bed because the wife and the husband had their own tent. They had their own tent. And when the husband went to cohabitate with his wife, he went into her tent because it was a law that stated that a woman cannot use a man's things. So there was a separation between, God put that separation between man and woman. He even put and made a distinguished separation between Adam and Eve during the creation. Because the only one that was created by the dust of the earth was Adam. But Eve was taken and created out of man. Took the rib out of man, out of Adam, and created Eve. He said, this woman has become bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh. We won. We won, man. This woman came out of me. So guess what? Guess what? I'm on point I'm on you. And guess what? And she's on me. We both are paying attention to each other. Because this is my flesh. She's one with me. Now, God said he put a separation between man and woman. Right? I'm gonna go to the verse quick fast. I'm gonna go to the verse quick fast.
You ain't gotta be fast, take time.
I'm gonna go to the verse. He said, "Thou shalt not wear a garment." Right? No, not that. What verse is that? Yeah. The woman shall not wear that which pertain unto a man. And I'm noticing this all over Israel.
Yep.
That women are wearing jeans, putting on sweatpants. Oh, it ain't tight. God ain't said it's okay. The word for pants is miknasayim. In the Hebrew language, miknasayim is a masculine word. There's no feminine word for miknasayim. The final mem makes it masculine. The word pants, there's no feminine word for pants. Panties is panties. Panties come from the word pants. IES is a suffix. This is why.
Let's get smart.
This is why my father stopped his wife from wearing panties, and he gave her and told her to start wearing girdles. Now, you know who wear these girdles that I went through already before? You see, models wear it. You know what a girdle is? A girdle is something that's tied on. You ever seen the ties on the side? Put on the panties. Because a pants is put on one leg at a time. Why are these women, these so-called, why I say so-called Hebrew women, allowing their daughters to put on pants and wear pants? Why? That is an attire or a garment for men. A woman shall not put on a men's attire or a garment that belongs to a man. If my wife is cold, I'm not going to take my coat and cover her with it. I'm not going to use my coat and cover her with it and put it on her. Why? Because you being cold, am I supposed to honor that over the laws and the commandments of God? I can't honor that over God's law. I can't honor that over the commandments of God. Because priorities. And this is why we cannot accomplish the laws and the commandments of God, because our priorities is misconstrued. Once your priorities get straightened out, then you will put God first in everything that you do in your life.
Right.
You'll put God first in everything that you do in your life. I'm not going to have to tell you, listen, when you go look for a job, make sure you tell them this. I shouldn't have to tell you that. Make sure you say, but I shouldn't have to tell you that. But being that she hadn't been in this so long, I had to reaffirm and say, I had to tell my daughter that. I had to reaffirm it because you've been away for so long. And I got to let you know that you can't walk the way you want to walk being here. Because guess what? The daughter and the affinity and the closeness of you being my daughter, guess where it goes? Open the window. Goes out there. You know why? Because I want to serve God. I want to do these laws. And I want to appease God. I want to please him. So in pleasing God, the book shows you how to please him. That's it. Nothing is going to stand in my way of pleasing this holy and glorious God, which means nobody comes before these laws, commandments, and statutes. This is the grounds. This is the standards that is set. And it cannot be altered or changed for nobody. Nobody. It can't be altered and changed for nobody. Family, relatives, sister, brother, cousin, aunt, visitors.
I'm going to visit my father today because I work tomorrow.
No good.
No good. You put yourself before God.
No good. No good.
Huh?
No good.
Talk about it.
You're putting your emotions and your feelings and your duties before God.
That's right. That's right.
And you will only inform.
Right.
You will only inform a person if you truly believe in this. If you truly believe in this. Okay? Deuteronomy 10 verse 12. Stay in Deuteronomy 13. I wanted to hit a part here in Deuteronomy 10 verse 12. Right? It said, now, Israel. He said, what doth the Lord thy God require of thee? Huh?
Right.
What are the requirements that God has required from man? Not from woman. But God has required this from the men in Israel. And when you live up to the requirements of what God has required of you, then guess what? Everything underneath you or behind you must follow. Everything behind must follow. These are the requirements that God has required from man. Huh? What is the requirements? He said, but to fear. Fear the Lord thy God is one of the requirements. Okay? Now you will only be afraid, right? When you have fear, or when you're afraid, right? If you are not afraid, then I won't make the necessary or the right decisions. Which means, if I am afraid to offend God, I'm not going to do this. Because I'm afraid. I'm afraid and I'm cautious. And I'm going to be very circumspect with the things that I do because I don't want God to bang me.
That's right.
Nothing happens for nothing.
Everything happened for a reason.
Everything happened for a reason.
That's right.
So the good that is in you will allow you to backtrack. It's time to backtrack. Hold up. It's time to backtrack. It's time to backtrack. Why this happened? Can I use you for an example, Emma?
Yes.
What did you do? God. I don't want to do it in dishonor you.
Yeah, that's all part of it.
I don't want to do that and dishonor you.
That's all part of it. Yeah, see, we
But
different.
I don't want to do that.
I said, see, we different. That's what
I said, see, we different. I said, see, we different. But it's all part of honor. Teach, bro. Teach, bro. When things happen in our lives, we gotta backtrack. We gotta backtrack.
Mm-hmm.
What did I do in the past that caused this?
Mm-hmm.
What did I do in the past that caused this to happen?
Mm-hmm.
You know? And we don't think. We don't think on that accord. We want to put the blame on everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Except for what's in front of you
Mm-hmm.
and putting it on yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot blame you. We can't blame people.
Mm-hmm.
We can't blame people. We came up short. We are coming up short with God, man.
Mm-hmm.
We're coming up short with God. We're coming up short with God. God, look, you know what? Look, man, God only proved and tried the righteous. And guess what? Your husband, my mother's husband, was a heavy in this way of life. You think he ain't gonna deal with his wife accordingly? That's the no. You know what told me that? The book. That's the way the book is. It was a woman named who did that delivered a nation. King Manasseh's wife. And Manasseh went after a lot of debauchery and did a lot of things that was against God. And guess what? He dropped everything immediately because he was already destined to go to the pit. He was destined to go to, he was in Riblah, place of punishment. And he repented before God. He repented before, man, he repented before God. Woo, man. Wait a minute. I got to go to the prayer of Manasseh for a minute. Wait a minute. I got to go to the prayer of Manasseh. Because we think this thing here is a joke. Yep. There is always a chance to make reconcilement with God. But when you're making reconcilement with God, you have to be truthful.
Gotta stop.
Making repairs with God. But you gotta be truthful. And when being truthful and making repairs with God, guess what? You gotta stop and acknowledge your fault. Okay? I can't find it. Where is it? Get it for me, please. Manasseh was a king in Israel. Go ahead, read it.
Prayer of Manasseh.
The prayer of Manasseh.
The prayer of Manasseh, king of Judah.
King of Judah.
When he was holding captive in Babylon.
He was held in captive in Babylon. Let's go.
O Lord, Almighty God of our fathers.
Who he crying out to? He crying out to God, man. Not just any God. He ain't crying out to no Jesus.
Yeah.
He ain't crying out to no Allah.
Yeah.
He ain't crying out to none of these deities
Yeah.
who are no gods. He's crying out to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And that's where we got to start making a distinction and separation. We can't just say God, because you could be talking about any God.
That's right.
People look at the Muslim God as God, Christians God as God, Africans got their own God. Everybody got their own God. But which God are you talking about? I'm talking about the God of Israel. I'm talking about the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I'm talking about the God that split that Red Sea. I'm talking about that God that challenged the gods of the Egyptians and wiped them out. That's the God I'm talking about. And when we're serving this God, there's laws and commandments and statutes that come with serving this God, man. There's a way that come with serving this God. There's a behavior that come with serving this God. We can't behave just any old how in the streets.
That's right.
I said we cannot behave just any old how in the streets. We're going to go into that later. Let's go.
O Lord, Almighty God of our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and of their righteous seed.
Read that again, man. O Lord,
Almighty God of our fathers,
Almighty God of our fathers,
Abraham,
Isaac,
and Jacob,
and
and of their righteous seed.
And of their righteous seed, read.
Who has made heaven and earth, and with all the ornament thereof.
Who has made heaven and earth, and all the ornaments thereof. What's the ornaments? Had the host. Everything you see, the constellations in the heavens, sun, moon, stars. But people want to worship the sun. But people want to worship the moon. People want to come up with some stupid, erroneous idea that the sun is masculine and the woman is feminine. Go ahead with that foolishness, man. That's why you got to read the law. That's why you got to read the book, because the book got to be your foundation so those speculations and those ideas don't formulate in your mind. When you come in to learn about these laws, commandments, and statutes, leave off from your past. Leave off from the things that you was taught. Leave off from the things that you was taught in your past life, because it conflicts. It goes against with what you read in here. There's no comparison.
That's right.
Let's read it.
Who has bound the sea by the word of thy commandments?
Who has bound the sea by the word of thy commandments? We all been to beaches. We all been to beaches. And that water don't come up, but so far up onto that shore, to where the waves come, large waves, water come in. God set the boundary. It ain't coming on. You ever wonder?
You see the biggest wave come
Yo,
and when
ain't
it
that-
reaches, it stops.
we don't wonder and think that's a huge wave, a large mass of water in the uproar. What's keeping all that water coming in? Come on, man. Y'all don't think.
Fulfilling His word, man.
That's the boundaries that God set for that water to stay out there.
Fulfilling His word.
My father said a tsunami. He said a tsunami is when the waters came in. He said that put me and tell me that the waters must have saw God. He said the waters saw thee, O Lord. The waters saw thee and was afraid, because there's a stream, and once God came in the middle, it backtracked. Started pushing the waters against the boundaries that God set. Started flooding and coming in. When that's not supposed to happen. When that happened and that water comes in and start flooding, God removed the boundaries and pushed them those waters. Everything harken to God, man.
Fire and hell, snow and vapor.
Everything harken to God.
Wind fulfilling His word.
Let's read.
Who has shut up the deep?
Who shut up the deep? You know what the deep is? The abyss. There's certain sections below sea level. The abyss is below sea level where God don't shut certain, sealed it. So don't come up.
That's the deep.
Those the deep. That's in the abyss. It's fountains of there's much waters. And if those waters don't get shut up, flood. That's right. Let's read.
And sealed it by the terrible and glorious name.
Yeah.
Whom all men fear.
Whom all men fear.
And tremble before thy
And tremble
power.
before thy power.
For the majesty of thy glory.
For the
cannot be
majesty
borne.
of that glory cannot be born. That's why he called one. They can't be. He said majesty. The word, another word for majesty. He said the majestic one. Man, words got meaning, man. When you read the majestic, we don't know the importance of that handle. That's a handle that only God could have. Nobody could be the majestic one. That's God. He's the only one. There's only one majestic one. That's the creator. Majestic. Huh? Come from the word majesty. Sovereign power. Authority. Sovereign power and authority. That's authority and power over everything. That's power and authority over everything. God is in the throne.
Control.
God is in the throne controlling everything. God is in the throne of thought. Listen, man. Listen, man. Man, listen. Let's read.
And thine angry threatening towards sinners is importable.
And thy angry threatening towards sinners is importable. Look up importable. You see who God is angry at? Sinners. You see who God is angry at? Ones who commit iniquity. So we read the book, and the book shows us and explains to us what is sin. We read the book, and the book shows us what is iniquity. Huh? Thou shalt not. When we violate these sins, violate the commandments of God, God is angry at us. I said, God is angry with you. Let's read what a portable is. You can find it?
To bear or convey as meaning or portent, to bring upon.
He said to bring upon or carry in from an outside source, especially to bring in.
Yes, sir.
That's it. Now, he said that angry, threatening towards sinners, it could reach you, man.
Input meaning it could come to
Yeah,
you.
it'll come to you. Evil will come to you. God will put evil on you, man.
Right.
God will pull evil on you.
Right.
Why? Because we have sinned against God. We sinned against him. So therefore, because of our repayment of iniquity and transgression and breaking God's law, he put evil on you. He ain't going to give you nothing good. Nothing ain't going to go right. But when things are going right and you're violating God, watch out. When things are going right and you're violating the commandments of God, be careful. People got the erroneous idea. Oh, I'm blessed.
That's right.
But he walking around with a bald head, shaved face, profane the Sabbath day, but he blessed. You mother, you crazy? God don't care about you. You know why God don't care about you? Because he didn't chastise you and rebuke you for your shortcomings. Put you to the side and let you keep going and going and going and going until your cup run over. Now I'm going to take your head off. Like the rest of the world.
Right.
Like the rest of the world. And that's how God is dealing with the inhabitants of the world. Let's read.
But thy merciful promise is unmeasurable and unsearchable.
Uh-huh.
For thou art the most high Lord, of great compassion,
Great compassion.
long suffering,
Long suffering.
very merciful,
Very merciful.
and repentance of the evil.
And repentance of the evil of man. That's God. God will repent of the evil that he's going to do you if you acknowledge your fault with God. You don't see the same way you deal with your kid. Hey, man, what you did, man? Oh, I did this, this, and this. I'm sorry. All right, don't do it again. I ain't going to beat you this time. I was going to beat you, but I ain't going to beat you this time. There's some things, guess what? Some things, I can't spare you. That's the way God is. God chooses when to spare, not to spare. Just like a parent chooses when to spare or not to spare.
It's up to them.
It's up to them. It's their choice. According to the offense of what you did. The severity of what you did. Let's read.
Thou, O Lord, according to thy great goodness, has promised repentance.
According to thy great goodness, has promised repentance. But the Christian said, you don't need no repentance because this fool done died for everybody's sins. I go on in my life with the blood of Jake. Get out of here with that foolishness, man. Get out of here with that. The something of sin is death. The wages of sin is death. The wages of sin is death. So if he died for your sins, then why are we still dying? Why are we dying?
Cat.
Do what you want to do.
Let's read.
According to thy great goodness, has promised repentance.
According to thy great goodness, have promised repentance
And forgiveness
to them that have sinned against thee. Let's read.
And of thine infinite mercy.
Infinite mercies. Anything that's infinite don't run out. Anything that's infinite don't run out. That's God. Tom sheet.
And of thine infinite mercies has appointed repentance unto sinners.
That's right.
That they may be saved. Thou therefore, O Lord, that art the God of the just.
Thou therefore, O Lord, that art the God of the just. You see how you can call this God, the God of Israel, your God? There's certain requirements that you have to have within you to claim this God.
That's right.
You got to be just in everything you do. You got to be just in everything you do. So analyze your action and the things that you do and ask yourself, is it just? Be truthful with yourself and ask yourself, what I did, was it just? Because if you are not just with yourself, you're going to agree with everything. You know what just is? If I ain't kick you, don't kick me. If I ain't stomp on you, don't stomp on me. If I treat you good, you treat me good. Conform to what God says. Conform to these laws, commandments, and statutes. But people want to pick and choose what they want to do. Do this. When it comes to that, that's how. Nah, ain't no picking and choosing with this, man. Ain't no picking and choosing with this. I have to cover 360. We have to cover 360, all sides. I can't leave nothing open. Because the part that you left open, that's the part where you have allowed sin and iniquity to come in and breach. It's an opening. There's a break. There's a break and there's an opening where this here can seep right in. Why do you think the serpent didn't go to Adam? Because the serpent already knew that he couldn't persuade Adam to do such a thing. He knew that because he has keen insight. You know what keen insight? Keen insight is, I know your weakness. I know how I can get in. I know how I can penetrate. I know how I can get in and I know how I can penetrate. There was no way to penetrate Adam. There was no way in to penetrate Adam.
Adam had a rock form.
Facts. No way in. He's going to tell you what God said and spit off on you. But there was a way that he knew that he can penetrate Eve, his wife. That's the reason why God told Eve to allow your husband to rule you, because she can be penetrated. The woman can be penetrated. Catch her at a weak estate. But guess what? Your husband is your strength. I am your strength. I'm your strength. There's no room for me to be weak. Because when my wife get weak, I got to be able to pick her up and hold her. Because if she get weak, I get weak. Your weakness is my weakness. Your fault is my fault. When you look bad, I look bad. So I got to be there to pick you up and hold you. And hold you. And hold you and strengthen you with the words of God. So that you're able to push. Let's go. Let's keep pushing, baby. Let's go. That's where your strength lies at, man. Let's read.
Thou therefore, O Lord, thou art the God of the just.
Thou art the God of the just. Read.
Has not appointed repentance to the just.
Wait. God did not appoint repentance to the just. Let's read.
As to Abraham,
Isaac,
and Jacob.
Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, God didn't allow them to do no repentance. They didn't have to repent. Go ahead, let's read.
Which have not sinned against thee.
What? What they say? What?
As to Abraham,
Isaac, and Jacob,
which have not sinned against thee.
Keep those men names out of your mouth. Keep those men names out your mouth. So when Jacob told Esau that he won his birthright, there was no iniquity in that. Unless God said it, and I ain't read nowhere where God said he did wrong. Huh? I ain't reading nowhere where God said Jacob was at fault for what he did. God said there's no iniquity found in Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Those was who? The patriarchs. The pace setters. Those are the patriarchs, man. The pace setters. Abraham? A man that had blind allegiance when dealing with God. I had to show him, God had to show him no proof. Anytime you always gotta show a person proof every time, they don't have no belief in what you read.
That's right.
In what they read.
Cat.
I ain't gotta. I didn't have to go through. Listen, man. Analyze yourself.
I gotta keep proving myself. Everything I teach you.
Let's analyze ourselves, man, and think back, way back in the time. And then that's 107.5 when the music start coming out. You can go all the way back. Go back into time when you didn't know about this God. Did you have to go through so many proving and information when dealing with deities and idols? Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. You didn't have to go through proof to tell them when they were going through Christianity and Muslims and all these religions. But when you come and find the true and living God, I gotta be so specific, and I gotta show you all these proof and watch yourself.
Yeah.
Be careful with yourself. Be careful. That means your heart is not inclined to serve God. Your heart is not leaning towards God. Your heart is basically leaning towards everything else except for the true and living God. Be careful, because you're going to soon be on your way out.
That's right.
Stay focused. Let's read.
But thou hast appointed repentance unto me, that I'm a sinner.
He said, has appointed repentance unto me, that I am a sinner. He acknowledged. He acknowledged. He acknowledged. We have a problem acknowledging. We have a problem acknowledging. We have a problem acknowledging our fault with God. Because if we don't acknowledge our fault with God, we can't become better. That's why God told Cain. He said, listen. He said, if you improve, he said, I will exalt you. If you do good, I will exalt you. If you improve, I will exalt you. Recognize your fault. In order to do good, you got to recognize that you was wrong so that you can do better. You can't do better if you don't acknowledge your fault. You're going to continue in the same foolishness. And so in time, and metastasize and get worse and worse and worse. Let's read.
For I have sinned above the number of the sands of the sea. My transgressions, O Lord, are multiplied.
He said, my transgressions are multiplied. Read.
My transgressions are
multiplied.
And I am not worthy.
To
behold.
And
see the height
of heaven.
For the multitude of mine iniquities.
Let's read.
I am bowed down with many iron bands.
He was in prison. In chains. Read.
But I cannot lift up mine head. Neither have any release. For I have provoked thy wrath, and done evil before thee. I did not thy will, neither kept I thy commandments. I have set up abominations, and have multiplied offenses. Now therefore I bow the knee of mine heart, beseeching thee of grace. I have sinned, O Lord. I have sinned, and I acknowledge mine iniquity. Wherefore I humbly beseech thee, forgive me, O Lord, forgive me, and destroy me not with mine iniquity.
Don't kill me with my sins. You don't want to die in your iniquities. God will not accept you that way. God will not accept you that way. Let's read it.
Be not angry with me.
Don't be angry with me forever.
By reserving evil for me. Neither condemn me into the lower parts of the earth. For thou art the God, even the God of them that repent. And in me thou wilt show all thy goodness.
So when you die in your iniquities, God condemn you to a spot. You get condemned and appointed to a spot below that you don't want to be at.
Jam-packed.
That you do not want to be at. And that's where the inhabitants of the world is going. If they don't acknowledge their offense with God and start doing these laws. Read.
But thou art the God, even the God of them that repent, and in me thou wilt show all thy goodness, but thou wilt save me that am unworthy, according to thy great mercy. Therefore I will praise thee forever, all the days of my life, for all the powers of the heavens do praise thee, and thine is the glory forever and ever.
Look, man. Look, man. What was that, 10? And Manasseh, God acknowledged that prayer, grabbed his attention, and he got out of Riblah, and he started making corrections with himself, and he got back on the throne.
Everything Manasseh said was facts.
Everything he said was facts, was 100% thorough. Go ahead. Now, Deuteronomy 10, verse... Okay, but to fear the Lord thy God, verse 12. To walk in all his ways, to walk in all his ways. The ways of God and the commandments of God are two different things. There's a way that is ordained for us to follow. And the only way to learn the ways of God is by reading the book. Let's go, let's read.
And to love him, and to serve thy...
To love him.
And to serve the Lord thy God.
And to serve the Lord thy God.
With all thy heart.
With all your heart.
Soul.
With all your soul. With all your might. When you serving God with all your heart, soul, and might, guess what? Nothing comes in the way of that. Nothing comes in between that. Because your first intent, your first thought don't come. You say, I can't do that because the law said thus, and thus. I can't do this because I have to accomplish this. The laws of God give boundaries. It will give you boundaries. It will give you lines that you won't cross. Those lines will be set that you will not cross because you're bounded by the word of God. Let's read.
And to serve the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul, to keep the commandments of the Lord.
And serve the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy soul, and to keep the commandments of God.
And his statutes.
And his statutes.
Which I command thee this day for thy good. Behold, the heavens and the heaven of heavens is the Lord's thy God. The earth also with all that therein is. Only the Lord had a delight in thy fathers, to love them. And he chose their seed. He said,
God had a delight in thy fathers. Your forefathers, your ancient forefathers, and because he had delight in your fathers, he delighted in their seed. You see the ways of God? In order to learn the ways of God, God got to open your eyes. If I have delight in you, I can't be at peace with the Father and at war with the Son. If I'm at peace with the Father, then there's no war between his Son. There's nothing that his Son can do that will bring me to war with him because I'm at peace or at war, at peace with his Father. That's the ways of God, man. That's the ways of God. That's the way it is. My father said it's dead, it got to be dead. My father said it's dead, it got to be dead. Even in his death, it's dead. And I will never side with nobody against what my father said. Father said it's dead. Leave it alone. That's the way. If you really want to follow these laws, commandments, and statutes, this is the way we have to walk to be accepted by God. We cannot be accepted by God any other way. There is no other way. Which means I got to relinquish my emotions. That's right. My emotions must be relinquished. That's right. I got to put aside my emotions. Because if you get, your emotions can get in the way of you doing these laws, man. Let's read.
Right.
Only the Lord had a delight in thy fathers to love them, and he chose their seed after them, even you, above all people, as it is this day. Circumcise therefore the foreskin of your heart.
Circumcise therefore the foreskin of your heart, and be no more stiff-necked. You know what that means when he said circumcise your heart? Make your mind up. Make your mind up what God you want to serve. Stop riding the fence. If your mind is made up to serve God, then serve God 100%. Go all in. Don't half step. Because when you half step and you come halfway, your mind ain't made up. I would jump into this, but I'm not too sure about this. You can't serve God with doubts. You can't serve this God with doubts. Let's read.
For the Lord your God is God of gods and Lord of lords, a great God, a mighty and a terrible, which regarded not persons, nor taketh reward. Which regard not persons. To regard person means he don't choose sides. When it's dealing with the laws of God, I can't choose sides. The only side I have to choose is righteousness. That's it. What is right? What is wrong? According to what God said. Not according to what you say. Not according to what man say. Not according to what women say. Not according to what people say or society says. Because what society has said, whether it's right or wrong, is not right and wrong according to what we read here in the book. So therefore, you have to condemn those things. And look at and hate those things that God hates. We got to hate the things that God hates. Love the things that God loves. Then and only then, that's when different reactions and actions and ideas and thoughts, that's when you start to think different. That's when you start to think different. When you begin to condemn the things that God condemned. When you begin to accept the things that God accepts. Now my thinking pattern is off. Now I'm able to despise the things that God despises. Now I'm able to hate the things that God hates. And my opinions and the thoughts that formulate in my mind will be different. Because forward, it would correlate with what you read in the book. Because forward thinking separates from God. Forward thinking are thoughts that formulate in your mind that is against what God says. So we got to be careful with ourselves. Let's read it. He doth execute the judgment of the fatherless and widow, and loveth the stranger, and giving him food and raiment. Love ye therefore the stranger, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. He said,
love ye therefore the stranger. He doth execute the judgment of the fatherless and the widow, and loveth the stranger, and giving him food and raiment. Love ye therefore the stranger, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. Strangers in the land of Egypt. Yes, we were strangers in the land of Egypt. We weren't sojourners.
No, we weren't traveling.
So we wasn't traveling. We lived there in Egypt for 430 years. So yes, we were strangers in the land of Egypt, just like we had strangers, just like our forefathers had strangers amongst themselves. Let's read.
Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God. Him shalt thou serve, and to him shalt thou cleave, and swear by his name. He is thy praise, and he is thy God that hath done for thee these great and terrible things, which thine eyes have seen.
Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God. Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God. Him shalt thou serve, and to him shalt thou cleave. Him thou shalt thou serve, and to him shalt thou cleave. Cleave means to join. Join and swear by his name. Let's go to Deuteronomy 13. Go to Deuteronomy 13.
If there arise among you a prophet or a dreamer of dreams.
If there arise among you a prophet. The prophets was inspired by God. The prophets was inspired by God, where they got information from God to direct information. They were direct informed by God to transfer over to the nation or to people or a single message. Warnings. That's right. Read.
Or a dreamer of dreams.
A dreamer of dreams.
And give it thee a sign.
And give it thee a sign.
Or a wonder.
Or a wonder.
And the sign or the wonder come to pass. Whereof he spake unto thee, saying, let us go after other gods which thou hast not known.
Let us go after other gods which has not known. The word go in Hebrew is yalak. Right? Yalak means to go. It also means to walk after. You know what walk after means? To be guided by their counsels and their influence.
How they think, their ideas.
Counsels and influence, which means you don't have to be in the church to walk after other gods. You just got to think like them. You just got to follow them and think like them and move according to the way they move. That's why Paul, he said, I don't do nothing like these people. I don't do nothing like them. We can't do nothing like these people that will cause you to be similar. That will cause God to look at you as the same. That's why Paul said, I don't do nothing like them, because I don't want God to look at me the same like them. You can't live like them, do nothing like them, think like them. Because as soon as you start doing these things, he's going to look at you and say, you ain't changed yet. You ain't ready yet. Everything about you must be totally different.
You're going to drop.
Totally different. Let's read.
Thou shalt not hearken unto the words of that prophet.
Thou shalt not hearken to the words of that prophet.
Or that dreamer of dreams.
Or that dreamer of dreams.
The Lord your God prove it you.
For the Lord thy God prove it you. God don't prove no one that is destined for destruction. There's no reason to prove you and put you through these tests and trials and tribulations. And he chastised those who he loved. He chastised those who we love. So certain things going to happen in your life so that you will wake up, receive the correction, and start backtracking in your life to find out what did I do that caused this. That's why God did that. That's why God do certain things to certain people, not all. Put you through it so that you can recognize your fault and where you came up short at. To prove. The word nasa means to prove, to test, or to try, right? To prove means to establish the truth or validity of, like, evidence or demonstration. Evidence, or sometimes I may have to pass the evidence and do a demonstration. This go down. Let this happen. Bam! That's what God does to the righteous, or the ones that's destined to serve him. Validity means conforming to accepted principles. To conform means to agree. You will not become valid if you don't agree with these principles that God has set. And if you don't agree with the principles that God has set, then he ain't going to prove you.
And he don't love you.
He's not going to prove you. He ain't going to test you or try you because you don't agree with it. So what am I doing testing you according to something that you don't agree with?
Right.
You don't agree with it.
That's right.
So God ain't going to prove you.
That's right.
We got a long way to go.
God don't love the world.
To test. When God is testing you, you go through observations, evaluations, and trials. Observation means to conform to one's actions. Observation means I'm watching you. You're under surveillance. To now let you go evaluate, to determine the value or worth. Are you worthy of me putting you through these trials? Are you worthy of me proving you? You got worthiness in you. You're worthy. That's why God did what he did to you. That's why God do certain things to certain people, because he see the value in a person and he see the worthiness in the person. I could work with you. God see where I could work with this person. He said, let me put him through this. You may fail it. You fail. But you still got worthiness in you. Let me keep working on you. Let me put you through this. I gotta come greater now. Some people, you ain't gotta come to them that hard. Some of them, all you gotta do is a nap on the wrist and he wake up quick. Some people you gotta go hard at. Some people never wake up. Trial is a test of faith, patience, or stamina by suffering or temptation. He puts you through suffering, make you suffer a while to see if you're going to break, or he put you through temptation. He tempts you with things that you desire, with things that you love. And he tempts you with that. But it's against the law. He's going to tempt you with it to see if you're going to put God first. To see if you're going to put everybody first ahead of God. So he tests you with that. Because when you come sit in these chairs and start listening and hearkening to these laws, God wants to see if you're really worthy of sitting in these chairs. There's a change that has to come with it. There's a mindset that has to come with it. So I want to see if this person is really worthy of sitting there. Oh, you know what? Let me
see how long.
Let me put this there. Let me do this. Let me put this before you. Now I want to see what you choose. To try means what? To examine. To subject a person to undue strain, excessive hardship, or provocation. Right? He put you through those three to test your endurance in God. How much you can take and withhold.
Will you break?
Will you break or will you fall or will you remain strong and strength? Right? Undue strain is excessive. Right? Undue strain is excessive or unwarranted done in that matter that is unjust or improper.
This is not due. This is not for this.
Right.
Pay back evil.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Unwarranted done in the matter that is unjust. We do that to each other. We do that to each other. Unwarranted. It wasn't warranted for you to move that way. It wasn't warranted for you to do this or do the other. You didn't have to. You didn't deserve it. You didn't deserve it. But this is warranted by God to prove you improper, right? That is unjust or improper. Improper means what? Not agreeable with accepted rules and standards.
Not correct.
Not agreeable with accepted rules or standards. Okay? Let's read.
The Lord your God proveth you to know whether you love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul.
With all your heart, with all your soul.
You shall walk after the Lord your God and fear him.
You shall walk after the Lord your God and fear him. Like I said, if you are not afraid, you will not make the necessary decisions according to the standards of God.
That's right.
You're not going to make the right decisions according to the standards and the curriculum of God.
That's right.
I had family in Panama. I had relatives in Panama, aunts, uncles, cousins, nieces, and Colombia, aunts, uncles, cousins, nieces. And if someone died in Panama or Colombia, I'm not going. The only way I would go is if I could congregate. You hear that? The only way I will go is if I can congregate. Guess what? If my family want to get angry, who cares? I don't care. I care if God get angry at me. My job is to please God. My job is not to please aunt, uncle, cousins, sisters, brothers. And I gotta please my parents. And this is why the Creator told Eve to allow your husband to rule you. You know why? Because your father, your husband, overrules your mother and your father
That's right.
in righteousness. You can't break God's law because your hedonistic mother or your hedonistic father wants you to do this. But my husband said, no, can't do it.
That's right.
Can't do it.
Woo!
You can't do it. That's deep.
In tune.
Can't do it. And that comes with the wife have to explain these laws to my mother and father
That's right.
before the situation happens.
That's right.
So it won't be a blow on their damn eyes.
That's right.
Sisters, brothers, aunt, uncles.
That's right.
I gotta sit my down. Hey, listen,
I
ma.
look very, very different.
Listen, ma. Father, Abba, aunt, I changed. Now, what you mean, baby? What you mean I changed? I'm living different.
Right.
What do you mean, baby? I'm living different. I'm living according to the laws and the commandments in the Old Testament.
Uh-huh.
Now, what you mean? Explain it. Well, that means I observe Sabbath. So when certain things I can't do on the Sabbath, and you go and explain, no matter what, and you gotta explain these things so that it can soak in. This is gonna be a blow to Daddy's mind. This is gonna be a blow to Mommy's mind. But guess what? There's no belief and faith in you, in the Creator. So that's why you're not seeing. You're not doing that.
That's right.
That's why you're not doing it. You don't really believe this. You don't really believe that this is God.
That's right.
Because when you believe 100% that this is God, you start making statements formally.
That's right.
You start making formal and oral statements.
That's
Listen,
right.
I serve God.
That's
I ain't do these laws.
That's
This is
right.
the way I live. I'm not breaking these laws for nobody.
Stop playing games.
You gotta stop playing.
Stop playing games, man.
That's what I tell people.
Come on,
So
man.
they see how serious you are.
Come on, man.
That's when they begin to accept it.
See,
When they see you accept it. They don't want to hear it from the husband. They want to hear it from you to make sure that this man ain't forcing you. Wait, let me. The first one say, wait, listen. I don't want to talk. Let me talk to my daughter. You gotta talk with assurance.
That's right.
Not no weak talk. I'm stuttering. Listen.
Make them see where you stand.
You see where you stand at.
That's right.
God comes first.
Make them back off.
Because Paul said God over everything.
That's right.
Look, man, I don't
I
care
said
about
God
that.
over everything.
That's right.
Don't care about none of that.
That's right. That's right. I can't come see you today, Dad. I'll come tomorrow.
Let's read. Where we at?
Verse 4.
Let's read.
You shall walk after the Lord your God and fear
You
him
shall walk after the Lord your God and fear him
and keep his commandments
and keep his
and
commandments
obey his voice.
and obey his voice.
And you shall serve him and cleave unto him. And that prophet or that dreamer of dreams shall be put to death, because he has spoken to turn you away from the Lord your God.
That prophet or that dreamer of dreams has spoken to turn you away from God. He ain't got to be a prophet, and he ain't had to come up with no dream. All the person had to do was tell you something contrary to what God said. And he's trying to turn you, or she's trying to turn you away from God. So you got to be careful with that. With the information and advice that people give you that's contrary and opposite to what God said. That's why we got to be careful with who we go to for advice and counsel. I can't just go to anybody for counsel and advice. The person that I go for counsel has to be holy and righteous according to what God says. We have to counsel with the counsel of God. Not your counsel or my counsel, godly counsel.
That's right.
To where a person comes to you and say, man, he stole from me, man, I'm going to go kill him. Then you come to him and tell him, you can't kill him. You can't kill him. Well, why? He stole from me. Make the guy pay back. That's what the book says. That's your counsel. Your counsel is the counsel of God.
Yeah.
Your counsel is the counsel of God. And I can't counsel no other way, whether you like it or not. Because whether you like it or not don't count. You know what count? If God like it. Do God accept my counsel? Do God like my counsel? I have to counsel you according to what God says. So where a woman come to you and say, it's okay to wear pants, right? No, it ain't.
No, it's not.
No, it ain't okay to wear pants.
No, it's not.
It was okay.
No, it ain't okay to wear
Yeah.
pants.
Sweatpants,
Because God said that those are men's attire.
That's right.
If a man can have more than one wife, why can't a woman have more than one husband? Because God said a woman can only have one husband.
That's right.
We told you that already.
Because God said a woman can only have one husband.
That's
You knew that
right.
already. You knew that.
But a man can have more than one wife.
Different. Can't do
I'm
that.
not going to counsel you any other than what I read here.
Can't butter it up.
Can't butter it up. My counsel and my advice will be according to this. Studies have found, we'll get into that later. I should have wrote that down too. I don't remember. I have it. I should have wrote it down. Slipped my mind. Get into that later. Let's read.
And that prophet or that dreamer of dreams shall be put to death, because
That
he has
prophet or
spoken,
that dreamer of dream shall what?
shall be put to death,
Shall be put to death.
because he has spoken to turn you away from the Lord your God,
Yeah.
which brought you out of the land of Egypt and redeemed you out of the house of bondage,
Right.
to thrust thee out of the way which the Lord thy God commanded thee to walk in. So shalt thou put the evil away from the midst of thee.
So shalt thou put the evil away from the midst of thee. By doing what?
Put it to death.
By putting the evil to death. Which what? Appeases the God's anger. That's not the only way to appease the anger of God.
That's the message.
That's
That's
this
just one way.
situation. That's just one way.
Just one way.
There's many ways to appease the anger of God. We're going to get into that later. What I just read about Manasseh. Did Manasseh die? Did they have to put the evil away by killing King Manasseh? No.
No.
God put him
Back when
in the dungeon. And he repented. And it appeased the anger of God. It backed his hand up off him. Because they was going to kill him.
repented of the evil he had
He was going to Riblah to get tortured.
done. He's gonna die.
But he appeased and held back the hand of God by 100% repentance. By repenting of the wrong and the fault and the sins and the iniquities that he did against God, by offending God. Let's read. There's many ways to appease the anger of God. I'm going to show you. Go ahead, read.
If thy brother, the son of thy mother,
If thy brother,
or thy son,
or thy son, or thy
the wife
daughter,
of thy bosom,
or the wife of thy bosom,
or thy friend,
you hear that? Your son, your daughter, the wife of your bosom,
or thy daughter, or the wife of thy bosom, or thy friend, which is thine own soul,
which is as thine own son, who's just like you.
entice thee secretly.
Stop. Genesis 12. Genesis 12. God appeared to Abraham and told Abraham, get you away from your kindred. Muladet. Your kindred, your family, your relatives. Because your family, your relatives, your kindred has an effect on you. Has influence on you. And you can't serve God with negative influences. That's why certain situations think. Some people don't have no family here. Think. You ever acknowledge why? And then God separates you from certain people. It's bigger than what you think. It's bigger than what you think. Why you think God put a separation between you and that person? Because your mind frame is completely different, opposite from that person's mind frame. Completely opposite. So he said, listen, man, this woman, or this man got too much good in them, and they want to serve God, so I gotta take out of that situation. I separated from there. You think it's because of this. It's bigger than that. You don't see what happened? You don't see what happened? After you told her about Jake and started making fun of Jake, she immediately cut you off. It's the reason why God put that breach and put that separation.
So what side you on?
So what side you on? You and her don't have the same mind frame.
That's right.
So when you started downing Jake and downing JC, this person want to act like you killed her daughter or her son. And then you try to make out and push and come into blah. God said, no. No, what is my family? God don't care about family. That's why God told Abraham, he said, listen, man, separate yourself from your family. Relatives. People, obstacles. That's what they are. Obstacles that's going to get in the way of you serving God. It's bigger than that, man. It's bigger than that.
They don't even know why they're doing it.
They don't even know why you're doing it.
They just hate this. Oh, yeah. I've seen that.
Tom Sheep.
If thy brother, the son of thy mother, or thy son, or thy
If thy
daughter,
brother, the son of thy mother,
or thy son,
or thy son,
or thy daughter,
uh-huh,
or the wife of thy bosom,
uh-huh,
or thy friend,
uh-huh,
which is as thine own soul,
which is as thine own soul,
entice thee secretly,
saying,
let us go and
let us
serve other
go
gods,
and serve other gods,
which thou hast
not known, thou
nor thy father,
nor thy father. Uh-huh.
Namely of the gods of the people which are round about you,
Uh-huh.
nigh unto thee, or far off from thee,
Uh-huh.
from the one end of the earth even unto the other end of the earth.
To comply, to serve means to comply to their commands. Watch the commands that you agree with. Watch the ways and the ordinances and the practices that you agree with. Because you go into serving their gods.
Right.
Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt not consent unto him,
Uh-huh.
nor hearken
Thou
unto
shalt
him.
not consent unto him. You know what consent means? Don't agree with him. Don't agree with him.
There was nothing he said.
Uh-huh. Read.
Nor hearken unto him.
No hearken unto him.
Neither shalt thine eye pity him.
Uh-huh.
Neither shalt thou spare him.
Uh-huh.
Neither shalt thou conceal him.
Uh-huh.
But
So
thou-
don't spare him. Don't conceal him. Don't hide him. Don't pity him. Let's read.
But thou shalt surely kill him.
Uh-huh.
Thine hand shall be first upon him to put him to death, and afterwards the hand of all the people. And thou shalt stone him with stones that he die,
Uh-huh.
because he hath sought to thrust thee away from the Lord thy God, which hath brought thee out of the land of Egypt from the house of bondage.
Tom sheet. Read. That's it. What verse you at?
Verse 11.
Okay.
And all Israel shall hear and fear, and shall do no more any such wickedness as this is among you.
He said, all Israel shall hear and fear and don't do like him, because you're going to get stoned. That stoning instills fear in the people to where they said, man, listen, this guy got caught. Me and him was doing the same thing, but he got caught. Man, that's going to make me stop. That's a hell of a way to die. To be stoned, put in a pit, and have the cold nation stone you.
They say it's barbaric.
They say it's barbaric, but nothing that God do is barbaric. Nothing that God accepts is barbaric. This type of death will instill fear. Because the way that person died was horrible. And you got stoned until life left you. You ain't going to die off the first, second, or third stone. Take a long time to die from a stoning.
You still ain't gonna die when you knocked out.
No. You knocked out, the first stone come to your head, wake you back up.
Yeah.
Go ahead, read.
If thou shalt hear say in one of thy cities, which the Lord thy God giveth thee to dwell therein, saying, certain men, children of Belial, are gone out from among you, and have withdrawn.
Children of Belial. Belial means worthless. Sons or men that are worthless. Now we got worthless women now. They only emphasize on the men. Yeah. The book only emphasized on the men, rightfully so. Because the men was the ones that ordered their household and everything else follows through. Now it ain't like that. The men ordered his house one way, everybody decided to go a whole completely different direction. It's a problem. Tom sheet.
certain men, the children of Belial, are gone out from among you, and have withdrawn the inhabitants of their cities, saying, let us go and serve other gods which ye have not known. Then shalt thou inquire and make search and ask diligently. And behold, if it be true, and the thing be certain,
he said, then shalt thou inquire, make search, and ask diligently, and if behold, if it be true. This is the way when you are investigating a matter. I can't go according to what you say or you say or you say or this one say.
I have to ask a lot of questions.
I have to ask questions.
Ask diligently.
I have to inquire.
I might ask you the same question.
I gotta question you. Then I gotta come and question you. And if there's a third party involved, I gotta question you.
That's how it goes.
When you're dealing with a matter, it's total investigation.
That's how it goes, clown.
Let's read.
Thou shalt surely smite the inhabitants of that city with the edge of the sword, destroying it utterly, and all that is therein.
And certain things you don't even need an investigation. You know why? Because the person is so truthful with himself that he accepts his fault. Yes, I did it. I messed up. I shouldn't have did it.
That's right.
I ain't gotta go through no inquiry. Just like Achan. Achan spoke the truth. He said, yeah, I messed up. He said, I got the wedge of gold and the Babylonian garment and it's held underneath my stuff. I hid it. Everybody charged his tent because this was an abominable thing. This abominable thing that he had a Babylonian garment. This is why our attire means so much in the eyes of God. The way we dress means so much in the eyes of God. He was not supposed to take that Babylonian garment and that wedge of gold. The wedge of gold was used to serve God. It was supposed to go into the temple. Bring it in. He kept it for himself. He stole
and hid it.
And he lied concerning it. Dissemble means to lie. You know why he say he lied? You know why he say he lied? Even though he told the truth? Because you took it. You was already ordered not to take it. You knew you wasn't supposed to take that. And when you do against the order, you lie. You're a deceiver. You're not expected to take it. You wasn't supposed to take it. Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt surely smite the inhabitants of that city.
Smite the inhabitants of the land,
destroying it utterly, and all that is therein, and the cattle thereof with the edge of the sword. And thou shalt gather all the spoil of it into the midst of the street thereof. And thou shalt burn with fire the city, and all the spoil thereof every whit for the Lord thy God.
Now, certain things ought not to be touched or took it.
Yeah,
certain things ought not to be touched and took it. Because when you touch and take certain things you bring with you in your house.
That's right.
And then it caused a disruption.
Yeah.
And it caused like negative vibes, negative reactions. Because whatever you bought in the house is cursed by God. Right. It's profaned. It's an abomination. God's not going to come to you and tell you, don't take none of his stuff. Don't do that. God's not going to come to you and tell you that because you ain't close to God like that. These people was. So they got direct order from God.
That's right.
Why do you think Elisha and all these righteous prophets and they didn't want nothing from you. They didn't take nothing from you. Whenever they didn't have, they dealt without. Let's read.
And thou shalt gather all the spoil of it into the midst of the street thereof. Thou shalt burn it with fire. Thou shalt burn with the fire the city, and all the spoil thereof every whit for the Lord thy God. It shall be a heap forever. It shall not be built again. And there shall cleave naught of the cursed thing to thine hand. That the Lord may turn from the fierceness of his anger and show thee mercy and have compassion upon thee and multiply thee as he has sworn unto thy fathers. When thou shalt hearken to the voice of the Lord thy God, to keep all his commandments, which I command thee this day, to do that which is right in the eyes of the Lord thy God.
That's it. Go to 1 Kings. Go to 1 Kings chapter 21. First Kings chapter 21.
First Kings chapter 21. And Ahaz spake unto Naboth, saying, Give me thy vineyard, that I may have it for a garden of herbs, because it is near unto my house, and I will give thee for it a better vineyard than it. Or, if it seem good to thee, I will give thee the worth of it in money.
You hear that? So, he said, and it came to pass after these things that Naboth the Jezreelite had a vineyard. Naboth had a vineyard, right? Now, remember now, our means of eating, they ate whatever they grew. They didn't have corner stores and supermarkets and BJ's and Costco's and all these things. They didn't have all these things. Their means of food and what they ate was what they grew in the field. So Naboth had a vineyard, right? Which was in Jezreel, hard by the palace of Ahab, king of Samaria. This vineyard was close to the palace of Ahab. Real close. And sometimes you may live in one area and you got to travel miles and miles away to get to your vineyard, to get to your field. Ahab wanted this field because it was close to his and he ain't got to travel too long. But remember now, this vineyard, right, it was the inheritance of Naboth. Let's read it.
And Naboth said to Ahab,
Look
the
what
Lord
Naboth
forbid
speaking.
me that I should give the inheritance of my
Let's
father.
go back. Verse 2.
And Ahab spake unto Naboth, saying, Give me thy vineyard.
He said, give me a vineyard.
I may have it for a garden of herbs.
I may have it for a garden of herbs. The word for herbs is yarak, means vegetables. A garden of vegetables. They grew their vegetables. They grew their fruit. Everything they ate, they grew. Read.
Because it is near unto my house.
Because it's near to my house.
And I will give thee for it a better vineyard than it. Or if it seem good to thee, I will give thee the worth of it in money.
He said, listen, let me get your vineyard. I'll give you a better vineyard than that, or I'll pay you for it. Go ahead, read.
And Naboth said to Ahab, The Lord forbid me that I should give thee the inheritance of my fathers unto thee.
The Lord forbid me that I should give the inheritance of my fathers unto thee. In Leviticus 27, it speaks about inheritance. Your inheritance was according to what God said in the law. You can't get that inheritance. The inheritance of your father has to be passed down to my son. My inheritance get passed down. From him, it gets passed down. If he don't have no sons, then the inheritance go to his daughters.
Can't give it away.
Can't give it away.
Can't
trade it. Can't sell it. Can't do none of that with the inheritance. Go ahead, read.
Ahab came into
now after he told him he can't take his inheritance, look how Ahab came in the house.
And Ahab came into his house heavy and displeased.
Heavy meaning sulky and sullen. Sulky means to be moodily silent. All of a sudden now you quiet. All of a sudden now you ain't saying nothing. So I turned around, look at you, hey, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, reserved.
Nothing. Nothing. I know something wrong with you, man. You ain't acting yourself, man. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong. She goes, swing her hips all the way that way. Come back. Say, listen, man, what's up, man? He said, the man come humble himself. I said, man, what's up, man? You mad? I said, don't be mad, all right? You hear me, baby? I love you, all right, baby? I said, come here, give me a hug. Then
get her back.
Then your wife look at you. Looking at you, you kissing all that shit.
Still trying to play it. Right?
Still trying to play it, though. Come here, stop that. Then you go and smack something you're supposed to be smacking with your hands. But a man knows his woman, man. A man knows his woman, just like God knew us.
You know how to chill.
He knew when we was displeased. Now, who else knew when this man was displeased? Whose job it was to notice that this man was displeased and moodily silent, resentfully silent. He's quiet. He ain't quiet like that. Listen, you know how many times my pop sit down inside that room? I walk by, he don't pick his head up, stay. So next thing is to go on and say, "Oh, what's up, man? You all right, man?" He said, "Yeah, you just snapped me out of it, man." Mm-hmm. I sit down next to him, put my arm on. I said, "Don't worry, it's gonna be all right, man. It's gonna be all right." You know how many times I had to do that?
Heavy.
Because he sat down in that room, always in a deep thought, always thinking. Sit down, thinking. Sometimes he look and say, "Nothing, son. I'm just thinking about my eyes." I said, "Don't worry about it, man. We your eyes. That's why we here. You got all 5 of your boys right here. All your boys is here. We your eyes. You need to go somewhere, we go for you. You want to go out, we take you out. You want to go here, we going there for you. You want to go here, we coming with you. We was your eyes until God decided to take you out.
Like a seeing eyeball.
We was your eyes until God decided to take you. And we're going to be our mother's eyes when God decided to take her. That's the way, that's honor, man. That's honor towards parents. And you don't leave off and travel and leave off miles and miles and miles away from your parents when your parents need you. That's honor.
Put your knees in the back burner.
That's right. Let's read.
And Ahab came into his house heavy, displeased, because of the word which Naboth the Jezreelite had spoken to him.
Yeah, heavy and displeased. The word for displeased means angry. He was angry. He was tired because of the words which Naboth the Jezreelite had spoken to him. Let's read it.
Well, he had said, "I will not give thee the inheritance of my fathers." And he laid him down upon his bed and turned away his face and would eat no bread.
Look at this. He's so angry and tight and sad. He went in this bed chamber, went to bed and turned his head like a, come on, man. He don't want to talk to nobody. He didn't want to look, man, he didn't want to be bothered. He that tight. He don't want to eat, fasting, not eating. Go ahead, read.
But Jezebel, his wife, came to him and said unto him, "Why is thy spirit so sad?
You see that?
Thou eatest no bread."
Because me and you is one.
I see it.
Your wife is able to detect when something is wrong, and vice versa. You can also detect when something is wrong with your wife.
Don't tell me nothing wrong.
What's wrong? Don't tell me nothing wrong. You don't tell us, don't tell me nothing wrong. I've known you for a certain amount of years, and I know your ways and how you are, and I learned you.
You like this bread.
The learning don't stop. Do we know that? Learning your wife or learning your husband never stops. This is for life. You know why? Because people change. People change. And you can either change for the good or you can either change for the better. Sometimes people change to better themselves. And that's the only way you can realize it and pick that up. Because I'm watching you or she's watching me. So I'm like, wow, I notice you're not doing this no more. Pop, 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 pop. And she starts pointing out. And then you go into the book. Yeah, I'm doing this because that. And then you can notice certain things too. That is evil. Man, I notice you used to do this, but you ain't doing it no more. And the only one that can really sit down and get to the husband or get to the wife is the wife. The wife could do that. Sit down and you'll talk and get to the person, get to her husband, say certain words. She'll get and hit a spot that you can't hit.
You can't touch. Only his woman.
Only that woman can hit and touch.
Oh, yeah, that's correct.
That's why Elkanah told his wife, he said, his wife wanted to have children, man. And she was distressed. because she couldn't conceive and have a child for a man that she so dearly loves. So the husband came down. He said, "Am I better to thee than 10 sons?" He said, "Don't sit down there sad like that. Guess what? I don't want to see you that way. I don't want to see you sad." And when a man tell his wife that, or he tell his children that, I had my father come. He said, "Hey, son, what's up, man?" He said, "Hey, son, man." He said, "I don't like to see you like that, son." He said, and they bugged him to see one of us all sad and distressed. Why? Because he loves us. That's the love. That's what comes with love. So if you don't want to see me in that manner, then that's what will keep the woman not to do certain things. That's going to put me in that form or in that way. And guess what? Sometimes some men do the same. Yeah. Read the book and look at daily life. Some men say, "Nah." He said, "Nah, I've stopped doing this because, man, you know, my wife, I don't want to stress her out, man." My father said that. He said, "I'll leave it alone." He said, "I don't want to stress the woman out. You know, she's been with me for over 50, 60 years. He said, "She's holding it down. On the up and up, she's a good woman." He said, "I'll leave it alone. Let her have her way. Sometimes she come in here like she's my man mother." He said, I'll leave her alone." That's Paulie, man. Gangsters of all gangsters. He talking like that. I'm looking at him. But Jezebel noticed that her husband was sad. Why? Let me get to the brink of it. Because your desire is towards him.
That's what.
When a woman's desire is towards her man, you know everything and you're able to detect when something is going wrong.
Nobody can tell you.
Nobody can ever. That's right. Let's read it.
No. And he said unto her, because I spake unto Naboth the Jezreelite, and said unto him, "Give me thy vineyard for money, or else, if it please thee, I will give thee another vineyard for it." And he answered, "I will not give thee my vineyard." And Jezebel, his wife, said unto him, "Doest thou now govern the kingdom of Israel? Arise and eat bread, and let thine heart be merry."
The word Jezebel, Isabel or Jezebel means to weaken. When you look up the definition of that word, Jezebel means to weaken, right? To weaken. Go ahead, read.
And Jezebel, his wife, said unto him, "Doest thou now govern the kingdom of Israel? Arise and eat bread, and let thine heart be merry."
She said, "Don't you govern the kingdom of Israel?" She said, "Why?" He said, "Aren't you a king?" She said, "Why are you sitting here, all stressed out and aggravated? You ain't got exactly." Go ahead, read.
"I will give thee the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite." So she wrote letters in Ahab's name, and sealed them with his seal, and sent the letters unto the elders and to the nobles that were in his city, dwelling with Naboth. And she wrote in the letters, saying, "Proclaim a fast, and set Naboth on
Look what she's
high."
gonna do now. She went to proclaim a fast, and set Naboth on high. Read. Which means he's the violator. All right, go ahead.
And set 2 men, sons of Belial, before him.
2 men, sons of Belial. Those are worthless men that do not acknowledge the righteousness and the just and what it do not acknowledge righteousness and what is just. They'll do anything. Go ahead, read.
To bear witness against him.
To bear witness against Naboth. But they didn't see the witnesses are lying witnesses. Go ahead, read.
Thou didst blaspheme God and the king, and then carry him out.
Now the 2 witnesses going to say that he blasphemed God and the king. Tom sheet.
And then carry him out and stone him that he may die. The men of the city, even the elders and the nobles who were the inhabitants in his city, did as Isabel had sent unto them, and as it was written in the letters which she had sent unto them.
She wrote the letters, took her husband's signet, and stamped it like it came from the king.
They thinking
Okay, so they thinking these are letters sent out for King Ahab. Go ahead, read.
They proclaimed the fast and set Naboth on high among the people. And there came in 2 men, children of Belial, and sat before him. And the men of Belial witnessed against him, even against Naboth, in the presence of the people, saying, Naboth did blaspheme God and the king. And they carried him forth out of the city and stoned him with stones that he died. Then they sent to Jezebel, saying, Naboth is stoned and is dead. And it came to pass, when Jezebel heard that Naboth was stoned and was dead, that Jezebel said to Ahab, Arise, take possession of the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite, which he refused to give thee for money. For Naboth is not alive, but dead.
You hear that? Ahab, she went to Ahab and said, get up. He said, go get the possession that Naboth refused here because Naboth is Naboth dead.
Dead.
He didn't even inquire and say what happened to him. How did he die? What did you do? What took place? Before he denied me the possession, but now the possession, I can go get it.
What did you do?
Go ahead, read.
And it came to pass when Ahab heard
It was
that Naboth
Ahab's
was dead.
job to correct her. Everything that she did, God visited and remembered it upon the head of the king.
He's responsible.
He's responsible. And God charged him like he did it. But he ain't do none of that. She did it. You see how important it is for a man to have his house in the order of God? Which means whatever my wife do reflects on the husband. Reflects on the husband. Whatever goes down in the house reflects on the husband. It ain't just don't kindle no fire on the Shabbat day. Don't wash no dishes. Don't start cleaning. Everything is shut down. So whoever stays in the house, they have to be told. And not only told, keenly watched. They got to be watched keenly. You know why? They don't regard God.
No, you gotta control.
They don't hearken to this. They're not about none of this.
Always gotta check.
And guess what? Whatever happens in that house, it's on you.
So yeah. So whether I know or not.
Whether you know or not.
Every responsibility.
It's time sheet.
That's why the men run it.
That's right.
It came to pass when Ahab heard that Naboth was dead. Now Ahab rose up to go down to the vineyard.
Ahab rose up to go where?
To go down to the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite and take possession of it.
What verse you at?
Verse 17.
Let's go.
And the word of the Lord came to Elijah the Tishbite, saying, Arise, go down to meet Ahab, king of Israel, which is in Samaria. Behold, he is in the vineyard of Naboth.
He's in the vineyard of Naboth.
Whether he is gone down to
Whether
possess
he is gone down to what?
To possess.
To possess it. God sent Elijah to the vineyard of Naboth God sent Elijah to go see Ahab. Right? He's possessing Naboth's vineyard right now.
Right now.
Tom sheet.
And thou shalt speak unto him, saying, Thus saith the Lord, Hast thou killed and also
He
taken
said, Thus
possession?
said the Lord. He said, Did you kill? Did you murder? The word for kill, it says rasak, means to murder. Did you take this man's life is not justifiable by God? You can't take someone's life that's not justified according to what God says. You can't do that. Why do you want to kill him? Did he violate a standard in the book that calls for you to kill him? No. So why do you have this spirit on you to kill everybody? The prince, Prince Yaakov, told my father, he said, easy, chief of chief. He said, you can't kill everybody. The head told him that. He said, easy, you can't kill everybody. Easy, stand down. And guess what? Because he was a man of honor and a leader, because good leaders make good followers. Right. If you have a hard time following, you can't bleed nothing. Right. That will tell you about yourself. Leaders are good followers. Right. Understand that. Since you can have a hard time taking instructions and rules and understanding and listening to rules, you can't lead nothing because you don't know how to follow. You got to learn, you got to follow first before you can lead. You just don't step up and jump up into leadership position. No, you got to be able to follow. You know why you got to be able to follow? Because sometimes my counsel that I'm receiving from someone else is against what I want to do. I got to be able to humble myself and hearken to that counsel because you are able to discern between right and wrong and say, well, listen, you know what? Our forefathers had counselors.
Yeah.
King David had counselors. These men had counselors. What make it so that you don't think that you need counsel? Huh?
Don't tell me nothing.
Don't tell me nothing. You don't want to hear nothing. Nobody can tell you nothing. I counsel you and give you advice according to what God says. And that should put a stop to whatever you have in your mind or want to do. Because it's against what God said. We have a long way to go. In a short time to get there. Yeah, read.
Hast thou killed and also taken possession?
And
thou shalt speak unto him, saying, thus saith
if
the
it
Lord.
was right, why you think God said it? It's two things. That and separated. He said you murdered him, and you in this field taking possession of what don't even belong to you. It's not yours. God was angry with him because he did that. He's angry. The next of kin is supposed to get that.
That's the law.
That's the law. That's why when you start conspiring and thoughts start coming in your head, but he should have gave it to the king. The king's supposed to read the law. That's why you don't venture off into other books without being grounded in the law, so that certain ideas don't come to your head. That's contrary from what you're reading.
Ahab was displeased, but he accepted it because it was law. He didn't like it.
That's right.
But he left
He was displeased and he was angry, but he accepted it. That's right. Because of the laws of God. You don't think Ahab knew?
He knew. That's why he left it alone.
Let's read.
He knew. And thou shalt speak unto him, saying, thus saith the Lord, in the place where dogs lick the blood of Naboth, shall dogs lick thy blood, even thine. And Ahab said to Elijah, hast thou found me, O mine enemy?
Oh, my enemy.
And he answered, I have found thee, because thou hast sold thyself to do work evil in the sight of the Lord.
Wait a minute. He said, you have sold yourself to do evil. Right? To do evil in what?
In the sight of the Lord.
In the sight of God. Right? In the Hebrew, it says, what do you mean by soul? What's the Hebrew word for soul? Right? Makah. Right? Heat. Makerka. Right? It means to sell. It means to soul. And basically it means you gave yourself in and you succumbed to doing things that is against God.
You surrendered to that.
You surrendered to
surrendered to the sin.
You surrendered yourself to do things against God. Tamshi.
Behold, I will bring evil upon thee.
He said, behold, he said, I'm going to bring evil upon thee. Guess what? He didn't kill Nabal. His wife did. But look who God is hitting up. He said, I'm going to put evil upon you. Read.
And will take away thy posterity.
The posterity. You know what a posterity is?
Children.
That's his children. Because of what Ahab did against God, his line and his seed is cut off.
Children be so messed up.
His seed is cut off. You know what that means? We could do things in our lives that is against God, that God don't want nothing that comes from you. Your son, your son's son, your son's son's son. God don't want your seed.
That line is condemned.
There's no coming back from that. When God cut your posterity off,
The name is cut out.
when God cut your posterity off, you can't come towards God. You're not going to be doing these laws. You can't come here. He's going to lean you and guide you towards every other way instead of serving this God. Go ahead, read.
And will take away that posterity and will cut off from Ahab him that pisseth against the wall and him that is shut up and left in Israel. And will make thine house like the house of Jeroboam the son of Nebat.
What verse was?
Verse 22.
Okay.
And will make thine house like the house of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, and like the house of Baasha the son of Ahiah, for the provocation wherewith thou hast provoked me to anger and made Israel to sin.
For the provocation that you have provoked me to anger and what?
And made Israel to sin.
And made Israel sin.
So we do.
Huh? Because they was serving idols and deities. They was doing things that they had no business doing, that Ahab should have corrected. Certain things go on in the house that the head of the house has to correct. Gotta step in, because this is life or death. He said, anybody that profane the Sabbath day shall be put to death. You ain't profane the Sabbath day, but someone in your household profane the Sabbath day. God gonna put you, they gonna kill you, man. He gonna kill you. This day ought to be respected. And when we're respecting this day, guess what? Everybody in the house must respect it. But we do not look at this as, you don't see the severity and the importance of this day.
It's the weekend.
You don't see that.
It's the weekend.
That's what they call it. The weekend.
The weekend.
Go ahead, read.
And Jezebel also spake the Lord, saying, the dogs shall eat Jezebel by the wall of Jezreel.
See what God did to Jezebel? He said when she died, he gonna appoint dogs to come eat her. Read.
Him that died of Ahab in the city, the dogs shall eat. And him that died in the field shall the fowls of the air eat. But there was none like unto Ahab, which did sell himself to work wickedness in the sight of the Lord, whom Jezebel his wife stirred up.
Jezebel his wife stirred up. His wife stirred all that up. His wife stirred that up. She stirred it up. God charged him with it because he didn't correct it.
Right. I know.
That's why we can't live together. There's no way me and you can live together if we're living two opposite lives.
That's right.
You're walking one way and I'm walking this way.
Right.
You will make exceptions, but this guy here ain't making no exceptions for God.
Right.
It's the laws and the commandments of God over everything.
That's right.
But this person wants to make exceptions. I can't do this because I have to do this.
That's right.
I can't do that over here because I have to do that. No good. Now you're going to put me through stress mode because I got to really put my foot down and get crazy to not make sure that you don't do that. Or the best thing for me to do is leave.
Yeah.
It's the best thing. Leave and separate myself. That's what it all boils down to. Serving God.
That's right.
Serve God. When you serve God, everything else will be at peace with me and you.
That's right.
Because everything else falls in line. Everything else falls in line. Tom Sheep.
And he did very abominably.
He did very abominably
in following idols.
Following idols.
According to all things as did the Amorites, which whom the Lord cast out before the children of Israel. And it came to pass when Ahab heard those words that he rent his clothes.
Ahab heard those words. Which means who is better? Ahab had good in him. He had some good in him. So when he heard those words, one thing with these people, when they hear the word of God, they repent and they acknowledge their faults. Some of them don't. Zedekiah was one, because the counsel of God came to him. He said, listen, all you have to do is let these people go. He said, and I will hold back Babylon. I will hold Babylon back. You know what that means? Stop doing what you're doing. Because whatever you are doing, Babylon, because of what you're doing, Babylon gonna come. But in order to stay and keep Babylon back, I gotta stop. That's why things happen in our life, because number one, we don't have a prophet. So we continue in our wickedness and evil until God caused something to happen to us. And nobody to warn us before it happened. We have prophets and everything. And if we're that close to God, he'll warn you. Stop. He'll warn you before it happens. He'll warn you before it go down. But because we're not that close, we're going to keep doing and keep doing and keep doing until we get banged. Now we recognize. That's if you do recognize. Most people don't recognize. Some recognize, some don't. And then they blame you for the mishap or what happened when God allowed it to happen. Let's read.
He said, it came to pass when Ahab heard those words that he rent his clothes.
He rent his clothes
and put sackcloth
upon his flesh.
And fasted.
And
lay in sackcloth.
And
went softly.
Huh? When he heard those words, he rent his clothes. He put on sackcloth on his flesh and fasted and laid in sackcloth and went softly, went humbly before God. He did this to regain favor, to get back in good graces in the eyes of God because of what his wife did, because of what he allowed his wife to do. And he knew he wasn't in good grace with God, so he did that to find grace back in the eyes of God. Right? It's either two ways: in good grace or in bad grace. This is one of the ways to appease God's anger. You can appease God's anger by doing this. You go to jail. Once I go to jail, I'm always aware. Bing, something I did that caused God to put me here. Which means what? God is angry at me. He's not at peace with me. So therefore, what you start doing? You start fasting. You start fasting. You ain't drinking nothing. You ain't eating nothing. Trying to backtrack on what I did and gain favor in God's eyes so that he could get me out of this situation. Right? And say what?
And the word of the Lord came to Elijah the Tishbite, saying, seest thou how...
Look what God said about him. The word of God came to Elijah the Tishbite. What he told him?
Seest thou how Ahab humbled himself?
You see how Ahab humbled himself? Which means that's the way you humble before God. Fast, put on sackcloth, and walk humbly before God. He said, you see how Ahab humbled himself before me?
Because he humbled
himself before me.
I will not bring the evil in his days.
I will not bring the evil in his days. I will not bring the evil in his days. Because he humbled himself before God, the Most High backed up. Eased up off him. Backed him up. Let's go to Isaiah 1.
That's a key.
That's a key. Yes. You got to be humble. Yes.
So you don't get upset.
Yes. Those are keys in ways, Isaiah chapter 1. Those are keys in ways to stay the hand of God. Humble yourself. Humble yourself, man. Because pride ain't going to do it. By you having that proud spirit, that's not humbleness. And all you're going to do is stir God's anger up. Let's go. Isaiah chapter 1.
the vision of Isaiah, the son of Amos,
Uh-oh.
which he saw concerning Judah
The
and
vision
Jerusalem.
of Isaiah. That's what these prophets had, man. Visions. And that's how God dealt with these prophets. But when Miriam and Aaron spoke against Moses, guess what? God called them out. He said, listen, you three. He said, you two. He said, if I deal with a prophet, I deal with him in visions and dreams. He says, Moses, my servant Moses, I don't deal with him in that manner. He said, the appearance of God that he behold. He said, I deal with him and I speak to him mouth to mouth, face to face. He said, you should have been afraid to speak against this man.
God didn't like that.
No, he didn't like it. And when the presence of God departed, Miriam became leprous. Immediately. Shut down. Nobody can move and go nowhere.
No movement.
Angels ain't going to lead you because you're unclean. You got to wait until you get clean again. Go ahead, read.
Which he saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem in the days of Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah, kings of Judah. Hear, O heavens,
hear, O
and
heaven,
ear, O earth.
and give ear, O earth. God is calling the heavens and earth for witnesses. Two witnesses. You think the Creator go against his own word? No. No. He said, give ear, O heaven, and O earth. Read.
For the Lord had spoken.
For God has spoken.
I have nourished.
I have nourished.
And brought up children.
Brought up children. You know what nourish means? To train up. You're going through a secondary training right now. You're going through a whole new reorientation. Why? Because you was never taught this. So now you're being reorientated. Guess what? Reprogrammed. And when you're being reprogrammed, you got to push that button to get that chip, the old chip. Eject that old chip. Which means all that information from the past that you done collected in this program has to be broken and destroyed because it's wrong. So now I need a clean computer with no input, no information to where I can put what I need to put in it that needs to be there. That's reprogrammed. I'm being reprogrammed. We all are being reprogrammed. We all are being reprogrammed. Because even though you're born in the way of life, you still got to be reprogrammed because we're born in sin. We're born in iniquity. And the child is born with a hedonistic mentality. Yeah, ain't that something? Yeah. The child is born with a hedonistic mentality. Which means what? Your nature is sin. Your nature is iniquity. And man, we're going to get into all that. Let's read.
I have nourished and brought up children.
I have nourished and brought up children.
They have rebelled against me.
That's God. God said, I nourished and brought up and raised up children. He said, they all rebelled against me. You know when the training began? When the nourishing began? When they met in the wilderness. It was a training and the nourishing that went down in the wilderness. That's where they met God at. But they rebelled against God. Go ahead, read.
The ox knoweth his owner.
The ox knoweth his owner. Huh? The word for know it is yada. To know means to be aware. To be aware of. Through observation, inquiry, and information. Those are the only way you will be able to know. Observation. The ox is very observant.
You see.
The cat is very observant. The dog is very observant. He's going to go and run to his master before he run to anybody else. Yeah. Dogs, cats.
This is the guy who feeds me.
That's right. Now, God is saying something. He said, if the ox know his master, how come we don't can't return to God? Why we have a hard time returning to God? Because we have not formulated in our brain that God does everything for you. We ain't recognize that. In order for us to turn towards God and to know who our master is, we have to realize that God has done everything for you. Right? Go ahead, read.
The ox knoweth his owner.
The ox knoweth his owner.
The ass his master's
and
crib.
the ass his master's crib. The word for crib is abus. Abus means trough. A trough is a place where the animals eat and drink. You notice when you put food down outside to the stray cats, they eat it all, they end up coming right back to the same spot to see if there's more food there.
Right. That's the spot.
They're going to come right back. Go ahead, read.
But Israel does not know.
Israel does not know.
My people do not consider.
My people do not consider. We don't consider the things that God did for us. We don't consider the things or the good that been done to you, right? The word consider is bonan, means to look attentively, to observe, to consider, to reflect. To reflect means to think carefully about. To discern means to perceive or recognize something to be distinguished between or different, right? Consider, when you consider, we got to think carefully about the situation. We can't, if we consider, I can't just jam you off of one mistake. I can't jam you for one mistake. I got to consider that, hey, well, listen, man, this person here did good to me, blah, 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 blah. He messed up here. You know what? You got to consider things. You got to consider. And we don't consider. We have no consideration. Go ahead, read.
A sinful nation.
He said, sinful nation. The word for sinful nation is kata. Chet aleph. It means faulty, right? Faulty, and it means to incur guilt upon, right? To incur guilt upon means to subject to through your actions, right? Which means you will be subject. You will be a subject to sin. You're going to be a victim to iniquity, which means sin will continuously come to before we transgress, iniquity comes here. The thought comes here. And you cannot allow those thoughts to stay and settle for too long because you're going to give in. The first thing we're supposed to be doing when these thoughts come to our mind is to correct it with the laws of God. Wait a minute. Why did this thought come to me? This thought is not a holy and righteous thought. I'm supposed to be congregating on the Sabbath day, but the thought came to me to do this. The thought came to me to do other things besides coming to congregate on Shabbat. Right? Faulty. You know what faulty means? A blemish or a defect. A defect it means shortcomings. You came up short with God. I came up short with God, which left a defect in my spirit. See, this defect can't see. I can't see the defect in you, and you can't see the defect in me. Only God can see the defectiveness in a person. And then when you're defective, it means you can't be used. Go buy a radio. If the radio is defective, you got to send it back. God don't want you. That's what when we have a defect in our spirit, this is what caused God to push us away. Right? The other definition is blemish. Blemish is an imperfection that impairs. Right? What does impair mean? Anything that impairs, it weakens. It weakens you. Anything that impairs, it weakens you. What weakens us? Sin, iniquity. So when we sin and commit iniquity and sin against God, our spirit becomes more weakened and more susceptible to doing things that is not right by God.
More inclined.
More inclined to doing things that is not right by God. Tom Sheik.
Sinful nation. A people laden with iniquity.
People laden with iniquity. The word laden in the Hebrew is kabed. Kabed means glory, means to glory, right? To glory means common consent. What is consent? To be in accordance in opinion, to be in accordance or in agreement with your opinion. If your opinion is not correlated with what the book said, I can't agree with you. I can't agree with you. I have to show you the right way. I got to show you and tell you the correct way by God. I can't agree with you. It says to consent, common consent, to give approval. You can't approve of nothing that is against God. Tom Sheik. He said, a people laden with iniquity, sin. And I did my studies with those two words. And iniquity is what? Immoral or grossly unfair behavior. Sin gave me a different definition. Sin has to do, and sin is a vitiated state of human nature in which the self is estranged from God. What is vitiated? Vitiated means to make faulty or defective. We went into what faulty and defective is, right? A vitiated state, which means what? Sin has become our nature. Okay? Sin has become our nature. Okay? Where our nature, the nature of people now is sin. Before it wasn't. Our nature only became about iniquity and sin when Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. That's what started. God gave him strict commands and said, listen, of every tree that's in the garden, thou mayest freely eat. He said, but that tree, that specific tree that's in the midst of the garden, he said, don't eat it, neither shall ye touch it. He said, and the day that you eat from it, thou shalt surely die. Which means death was not instituted in the world until Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. We would have been living forever. And in time, if they would have hearkened to that, guess what? They would have procreated too, because God gave them a command to be fruitful and multiply. So people would have been multiplying in righteousness. People would have been multiplying in righteousness. But now we're not multiplying in righteousness. We multiply in wickedness because of what was done from the beginning. From the beginning. Our nature has become sin, iniquity. That's our nature now. So now we're trying to reprogram and change ourselves towards righteousness to where I like to rob. But I read where God is against robbing. I got to stop.
Identify. It's in your heart. That's correct.
You got to see it and be able to identify what's in you and what needs to change so that you can be better with God. And I can only do that with this book.
It's the only way you can identify.
It's the only way you can identify. A vitiated state of human nature in which the self is estranged from God. Your nature is a natural mode of life, a natural way of life, right? A mode is a customary or preferred way of doing or what you do. Customary is what you're accustomed to, and whatever you became accustomed to is because this is something that I was doing over and over. I did this all the time. This is how I live. This is how I think. This is how I was taught. This is what was put here. And I'm accustomed to this only. Some people are stubborn and so stubborn that they don't stop in what they're accustomed to. because for the sake of God, because they're accustomed to it, and what matters to them is how they feel, and they feel it is right. So that's why they continue in what they are accustomed to, or a preferred way that they seem fit.
My preferred way.
I have a customary and preferred way that I do things. But once I realized that it wasn't the custom or the preferred way of God, I had to drop it. Why you can't drop it? Why you have a hard time dropping it? Huh? You could drop it. You could drop it. Go ahead, read.
A seed of evildoers.
A seed of evildoers. Huh?
Children that are.
A seed of evildoers. Wait, before you go there, I gotta finish off. Right? Your nature is also your character.
Yeah.
That's you. That's who you really is. That's your character. Huh? My nature is my character. So now I have to read this book so that my character is, I have a righteous character. So that I can emanate it and show this in my daily life. Character is one of the attributes or feature that distinguish a person. Attributes or feature. Nah, that wasn't that person. He don't move like that. That's not his character. That's not how he moves. Attribute is when people say things about you to clarify who you are. Huh? A feature is a structure, form, or appearance of a person. You're not going to say that you found Shama with a fitted cap, because Shama don't wear fitted caps. And if you find somebody that said, man, I thought I saw Drama with a fitted cap, you said, nah, you ain't seen Drama with no fitted cap. That wasn't him. Because the people that know me knows that I don't wear fitted caps. So you can tell a person by their dress wear, by their appearance, how they come. Okay, go ahead, read.
A seed of evildoers.
A seed of evildoers.
Children that are corrupted.
Zerah mereim. Zerah mereim means a seed of or from evildoers or from wickedness. Because we have children in wickedness, and our children don't have to be righteous children. Our children don't have to be righteous children. Oh, the child is so innocent. The child's innocent now, but he's bearing all the sins and the debauchery and everything that you done did. And then it transpires into your child. And then your child start moving in the same manner that the child been shown from his father. It's a cycle. So now, listen, man, it's very important when you're raising children, how you raise them. How you raise them, because how you raise them depicts on how they going to grow up and how they're going to deal with certain matters and certain things. Tom She.
They have forsaken the Lord.
They have forsaken God. Children that are corrupters, right? Corrupters, corrupt. It means to degrade. To degrade means to bring down. To bring down with unsound principles or morals. What is unsound? Not well valid, not founded or valid, not accepted principles. It's not good principles. You see that? Not good principles. Which means if you have good principles, certain things you're not going to do. If you have good principles, certain things you're not going to say. Well, you don't say, thou shalt not do this, or thou shalt not, but you don't have to say that. Read the book. Certain things you do, it ain't right. It just ain't right. And you know that with yourself. But we so stubborn to recognize and realize we have a hard time accepting our faults. So it makes it hard for us to make changes with God. It makes it hard for us to make changes with God. Because in order to make changes with God, I got to accept my faults. I got to be able to detect where I went wrong at with God. So I can start making changes and get better. Tom C.
They have forsaken the Lord. They have provoked the Holy One of Israel unto anger.
They have forsaken God. Right? They have forsaken the Lord. They have abandoned God. They have provoked the Holy One of Israel unto anger. The word for provoke is na'atz. Nun aleph zadeh means to spurn. To spurn means to reject with disdain. God has rejected us, and when he rejected us, disdain means hatred. With hatred. He rejects you with hatred. You want God to hate you? I can't deal with that. Because when there's a lot of things that come with hatred from God.
People think God is all love.
So
no, God is not all love.
God love everybody?
No.
Okay.
No, some people God reject. Some people God has rejected and hate.
Okay.
So God is not all love. God is love. He's hate also. He's merciful. He's compassionate.
Yeah.
He gets angry.
That's correct.
He gets angry.
He's jealous.
He's jealous. We make God jealous by turning away from his laws. Let's read.
They have provoked the Holy One of Israel unto anger. They are gone away backward. Why should ye be stricken anymore?
Why should you be stricken anymore? You know what the word for stricken? Admonished, warned. Why do you continue to warn people that do not want to change? There's no desire in this person to change to be good with God. I'm not going to continue to warn you.
No.
I'm not going to continue to correct you. I'm going to leave you to yourself. Because I done corrected you and warned you according to what you did that was unlawful, but you're still moving in that same manner. I gotta leave you to yourself now, because now you're a scorner. You have become a scorner.
A non-believer.
Tom sheet.
He will revolt more and more. The
Uh-huh.
whole head is sick and the whole heart faint.
The whole head is sick. The whole heart is faint. Uh-huh.
From the sole of the foot even unto the head, there is no soundness in it,
Uh-huh.
but wound.
Wait a minute. He said the whole head is sick. The whole heart is faint. From the sole of the foot even unto the head, there is no soundness in it. You understand that? When God say this about you, there's no good in you.
No good.
There's nothing good in you.
Nothing sound.
You don't have good in you. He said there's no soundness. The word for soundness is agreement with accepted views.
You don't have that in
You have no, you don't have that in you
you.
to agree with God. You don't have that in you to agree with accepted views, the things that God has accepted. That's when God is able to detect whether you're a good man or a good woman. You got to be able to agree with God. You got to be able to agree with God. You got to be able to agree with what God accepts. And if you find it hard and difficult to agree with what God accepts, you don't have good in you.
That's right.
You don't have good in you.
That's right.
Because guess what? We think, oh, I agree with God. No, you don't. You pick and choose what you want to agree with.
That's right.
You see? A lot of people say, oh, I agree with God. But when you do something according in your emotional state, and I put it towards you and show you that God don't like it, you talk against it still.
That's right. So you don't agree with God.
So you don't agree with God. Oh, I keep Shabbat. I agree with God. That don't mean you agree with God. Oh, I wear my fringes every day. Oh, that don't mean you agree with God. Oh, I put on my front leg bracelet. Oh, that don't mean you agree with God 100%. I gotta agree with everything in all matters concerning God. that's when you can tell me, or when God can look at you and say, this guy don't have good in him, because he picks and chooses what he or she want to agree with. I agree with this. And then when I tell you this over here and you don't like it, I ain't agreeing with it. You don't have good in you. You don't have good in you. Learn, man. I gotta be able to agree with everything. 360 gotta be covered. The same way Joshua and Caleb followed God wholly. 100%. I gotta be able to agree with everything that's in the book. And when certain situations comes up, and I pull the book out and I read it to you and show you, shut yourself down. Break yourself. Rule your spirit to leave that alone. Leave off from that and agree with what this person just showed you. That's holy and righteousness. That's it.
There is no soundness in it.
There's no soundness
but
in it.
Wounds, bruises,
and
putrefying sores.
Those things is gonna metastasize. You know what the bruises and the sores and the putrefying sores? That's the breach. That's the iniquity. That's sin in your spirit. Not actual putrefying sores that you can see on your skin, but those are sores and blemishes and defect on your spirit that grows and grow and grow and grow because you keep feeding it. You keep feeding it. So why? Because I keep feeding it and feeding it, it's going to continue to grow and metastasize. Let's read.
They have not been closed, neither bound up, neither mollified.
They have not been closed. Neither bound up.
Neither mollified.
No, you know how you close those wounds? You know how you close those putrefying sores? Taking heed to the laws and the commandments of God. This is medicine. This has an effect. The negative and positive precepts and laws and commandments has effect on your organs and on your bloodstream. I don't remember which is which. He said you jam up the negative, you jam up the organs. You violate the positive, you jam up the bloodstream. It's either or. But these laws, commandments, and statutes is connected to your organs.
That's right.
It's connected to your organs in your body, man. And that's why when we go against these laws, it brings death. But now, go ahead, read.
Your country is desolate.
Your country is desolate. That's what? Jerusalem. Jerusalem is desolate because of our shortcomings with God. It's desolate, Thompson.
Your cities are burnt with fire.
Burnt with fire.
Your land. Strangers devour it in your presence. And it is desolate as overthrown by strangers. And the daughter of Zion is left as a cottage in a vineyard, as a lodge in a garden of cucumbers, as a besieged city. Except the Lord of hosts had left unto us a very small remnant. We should have been as Sodom, and we should have been like unto Gomorrah. Hear the word of the Lord, ye rulers of Sodom. Give ear unto the law of our God, ye people of Gomorrah.
Okay, cut that. Cut that. Let's go to Deuteronomy 12. Got it? Go ahead.
Deuteronomy chapter 12. These are the statutes and judgments which ye shall observe to do in the land which the Lord thy God of thy fathers giveth thee to possess it all the days that ye live upon the earth.
Before we got into the land, we were warned. We were warned. The nation of Israel was warned. He said, well, do these laws within the land so that the land don't spew you out. Okay? Go ahead, read.
You shall utterly destroy all the places wherein the nation.
He said, ye shall utterly destroy what?
All the places.
All the places.
Wherein the nations.
Which
ye shall
possess.
Serve their God.
Every spot that these nations, the Amorites, the Hittites, the Canaanites, every place where these dudes, where these nations serve their gods, run through there and destroy it. Wipe them out. Tom Sheet.
You shall utterly destroy all the places which the nations which you shall possess serve their God.
That's right.
Upon the high mountains.
The high mountains.
Upon the hills.
Upon the hills.
And under every
green tree. Tom
And you shall overthrow their altars.
Overthrow their altars.
Break their
Destroy
pillars.
their altars. You know what's an altar? You know what's an altar? This table could be an altar. This is why I'm against buying secondhand furniture. Because I don't know what this table was used for. What made the table an altar is when I put a picture of my dead father. Many ways, right? I set it up there with candles. People put food in front of it and water. Like that picture gonna eat it. That's an altar. Or people set the table up as an altar by putting their deities and using it to hold up their deity or their idol. People give them candy, food, water. All right? I don't want that table. That table was a dedicated thing.
Yeah.
And that table was a dedicated thing. It was used and it was dedicated to a deity, to idols. Tom C. An altar.
An altar and every green tree, and ye shall overthrow
their altars.
Break their pillars.
Break their pillars. What is a pillar? Their pillar is a Mount Zebah. Learn what a Mount Zebah is. Death is a natural part of life. Train yourself to let go of everything you fear to lose. Why? Because death is natural. It's going to happen. Right? And when people die, what is the custom of these people?
In memory of.
Right? Now, the custom is a monument. A monument is what? A written legal document or record. When you go to the funeral and they give you that pamphlet and it says in memory of so-and-so, 1940 to 2023. He lived, and they give you a whole recognition, a whole record about the person. That's a Mount Zebah. I don't want that in my house. Don't bring that in my house. That's garbage. Don't even touch it because it's an abominable thing. God hated it and God despised it. That's what you call a monument. A monument, a statue. There's no statue supposed to be in an Israelite home. Okay? Or a tombstone. Do you know? And if I'm not mistaken, I think my father was the only one buried without a tombstone. All the grave sites I'm looking, I see nothing but headstones. God is against that.
The whole world.
The world.
Does
he has a marking that was stuck, a nameplate that was stuck in the ground. He's the only one buried like that, man. And I left it in my will, leave it on my kids and my family. Don't put no tombstone on my grave. I don't want no tombstone on my grave. And I'm going to do the same for you. That's my duty. Go ahead, read.
And burn their groves with fire.
Burn their groves with fire. The word for grove is Asherah. Okay? Asherah. Now, Asherah is a fertility goddess.
Yeah.
In ancient Semitic religion, Asherah, along with Astarte and Anat, Ashtaroth, Ishtar, Easter, Semiramis was goddesses of the Canaanite pantheon. You know what the pantheon is? You know what a pantheon is? Now, hold up. Intermarrying with pagan nations and practicing pagan worship was forbidden by the Hebrews. Right? Name of a pagan fertility goddess and the wooden cult. Object devoted to her. Asherah is referred to as a sacred pole, erected in honor of the fertility goddess. Asherah, a deity, right? Sacred tree. Syria, Phoenicia, Canaan, all worship this deity. Phoenicians worship the deity as Ishtar. Assyrians worship the deity under all these. Assyrians worship the deity as Asherah. Philistines as Astarte. Philistines worship it as a Asherah. All these nations worshipped the same God, the same goddess, but under a different name.
Because it's different region.
Different name.
It's the same item.
Okay?
That's correct.
It says reach back to Babylonian. All that goes back to Babylon. Sun god worship. Nimrod was worshipped as a god of the sun. Nimrod profaned himself to be a mighty hunter before God, intended to join the world together to overthrow God by building a whole Tower of Babel. Right? God confounded their language and mankind and was scattered. Took with them when God scattered these people. You know everything that these people took with them? Sun worship. That's why all religions revert back to sun worship. Everybody Christianity, Islam, what's the African cultures? I forgot what it was. Yoruba. All that goes back to sun god worship, and they got many idols. They got more than one deity, more than one god. Some gods are recognized by the golden disc behind their heads. When Nimrod died, his wife Semiramis, who was his mother, declared that he impregnated her post-mortem by the rays of the sun. You know what post-mortem? Post-mortem occurring or performed after death. Right. By the rays of the sun and gave to her son Tammuz on the December 25th. She was impregnated by the rays of the sun. Does that sound familiar with Mary being conceiving or getting pregnant? The Immaculate Conception, which means she didn't get penetrated. That's what they're saying. She didn't get touched, but she got pregnant.
She's a virgin.
Where you get that from? A virgin that had a baby.
She had a baby, but she's still a virgin.
It's all foolishness and false, twisted. Right? Tammuz was supposed to be immortal. Died at the age of 40 by being gored by a bull. His death was commemorated by 40 days of weeping for Tammuz. Its practice today is Lent. It's Lent. Okay? When Semiramis died, she returned to the earth as an egg that landed in the Euphrates River as sex goddess of fertility, known as Ashtoreth. She proved her divinity as an egg-laying rabbit known as Easter. The priest will impregnate virgins. Then a year later, the priest sacrificed 3-month-old babies and dipped the eggs in blood. That's where the custom where people paint the eggs. Different color paintings, paint the eggs, and they let it loose.
And then you hunt for the eggs.
Right.
And the babies there. That's where it comes from.
Right. 3-month-old babies dipping the eggs in their blood. Yoga is a form of sun god worship.
Yes, it is.
Ishtar or Astarte, who is called Mother Nature.
That's the Statue of Liberty too.
That's right. Time sheet.
And burn their groves with fire.
Burn their groves with fire.
And you shall hew down the graven images of their gods and destroy the names of them out of that place. You shall not do so unto the Lord.
Destroy the names of who?
Of them.
Of the idols out of their place. He said, but what?
But you shall not do so.
You shall not do so to what? Unto the Lord your God. That's why when you paint the house, we didn't paint over God's name.
Right.
Because we did not, at the point in time, we didn't have knowledge, and we wrote the name of God here. You can't paint over that.
No.
Because you're desperate, you gotta let it wear out. Somebody went and made it darken, and I done got tight.
Yeah.
He said, man, he said, what in the world? He said, man, who darkened that and wrote over it more? He said, man, he got tight because it was fading out. You got to let that fade out on its own. You can't destroy that, and you can't paint over it. God's name is holy. That's right. That's right. So we got to respect the name of God. In Amos, in respecting the name of God, let me show you. Let's go there real quick. We're going to go to Amos chapter 6 now. We got to respect the name of God. In go to Amos 6. Go to Amos chapter chapter 6. Oh, yeah. Almost 10. Chapter 6, verse 10. Go ahead, Tamshi.
And a man's uncle shall take him up. And he that buried him to bring out the bones out of the house. And shall say unto him that is by the sides of the house, is there yet any with thee? And he shall say, no. Then shall he say, hold thy tongue.
Hold thy tongue.
For we may not make mention.
We may not make mention
of the name of the Lord.
Of the name of God.
Talk about it.
We got to be careful when we're mentioning the name of God.
Stop mentioning God's name.
Even when somebody died.
Something horrible.
Something happened. Something horrible happened. And people go, people know what people go and say, oh my God. My baby mama. Something happened. She said, oh my God. Then what possessed her? Then she possessed. Go look at my son and then tell him to say it. What does it matter if he say it or not? Say, oh my God. He didn't say it. He said, I don't want to say that. But Abby said not to say, oh my God. But I'm telling you, I called her. I said, man, you shouldn't be saying it neither. I said, what possessed you, or why you want to jam my son or have him going against the things that I taught him? I already told him I don't want to say it. Well, I'm saying that, you go and try to go overrule me to make him say it. Say it. Oh, I'm going to beat you. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? And that's the way people is. That's the way people is. He said, hold thy tongue, but we may not make mention of the name of God.
Stop mentioning God's name, man.
That's one. Now, we're going to go to, hold your spot there. I'm going to go to Leviticus 24 now. Right? In Leviticus chapter 24, right? It says, and the son of an Israelitish woman, whose father was an Egyptian. That's what made her Israelitish, because she married an Egyptian. Right? Went out among the children of Israel, and this son of the Israelitish woman and a man of Israel strove together in the camp. Now they're strolling, they're fighting, they locking up. Right? He said, and the Israelitish woman's son blasphemed the name of the Lord and cursed. Now the word for blaspheme, it says nokeb, nun kuf bet. Nokeb means to state explicitly in the Hebrew. And the Israelitish woman's son stated explicitly the name of the Lord, which means he mentioned the name of the Lord and cursed. Which means there's two things he did. He mentioned God's name and he cursed. Okay? And then and that person died. They killed him for doing that. All right? So we gotta treat God's name holy. That's a holy name. It's so holy and sacred that God said, He said, I was known to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob as God Almighty. You know what God Almighty means? El Shaddai. He said, but my name, Yod He Wav He, was I not known to them.
Everybody keep mentioning to this day. So keep mentioning.
Let's go back to Deuteronomy.
Like it's nothing.
Let's go back to Deuteronomy 12.
Cut off. Clowns.
Deuteronomy chapter 12, what verse?
Verse 4. And you shall not do so unto the Lord your God.
He said, don't do that to my name.
But unto the place which the Lord your God shall choose out of your tribes to put his name there, even unto his habitation shall ye seek, and thither thou shalt come. And thither you shall bring your burnt offerings, and your sacrifices, and your tithes, and your heave offerings of your hand, and your vows, and your free will offerings, the firstling of your hearts, and of your herds, and of your flocks.
Free will offering, you ain't being forced.
No, voluntarily.
This was done voluntarily.
Free will.
The only people that you gotta force is your household. That's it. Once the person is not in your household, don't Don't stress yourself.
Don't fret yourself.
Don't fret yourself over evildoers. That's what the book said. He said, don't stress yourself and fret yourself over evildoers. You know, because that's what. Be happy that they're not in your household, so they have their own decisions to do. You want to decide to do that, you go ahead. I'm not going to put my foot down and force nobody that I don't have to force, because I want to see if this is done willingly. Willingly. Do it without me telling you, without me forcing you. You underneath my roof, I got to lay it down. But you're not underneath my roof, you got to do this of a willing heart. You got all this got to be done of a willing heart. And that's when you will know what you got, whether you should continue or whether you should back off. Tom sheet.
Right.
And there you shall eat before the Lord your God, and you shall rejoice in all that you put your hand unto, ye and your households, wherein the Lord thy God has blessed thee. You shall not do after all the things that we do here this day. Every man whatsoever is right in his own eyes.
Don't do everything. Look, man, he said, I already showed you the curriculum and the standards, how we need to go by, what we need to go by and do. He said, don't go and do this according to your own wanting eyes. It means your own thing.
For ye are not as yet come to the rest and to the inheritance which the Lord your God giveth you. But when you go over Jordan and dwell in the land which the Lord your God giveth you to inherit, when he giveth you rest from all your enemies round about, so that ye dwell in safety, then there shall be a place which the Lord your God shall choose.
Okay, cut that. Okay. September 15th. September 15th at sundown. September 15th, that's Friday sundown. That's the first appointed time that God has ordained. September 15th, this is Friday sundown, is Yom Teruah. On the calendar is going to say Rosh Hashanah. All right? People forget. It's not called Rosh Hashanah, means head of the year. And that's why all these Israelites is walking around talking about Happy New Year. Happy New Year. When I never read about a New Year in the book. Nowhere in the book stated that we had a New Year. If you could show me in the book where it stated that we had a New Year, I'm going to eat this book. I'll start eating and chewing on the cover. I'll start chewing on this. Nowhere in the book said that we had a New Year. In Leviticus 23, it said the beginning of months. Never said nothing about a year. And then you'll go around and see Israelites just like heathens. We want to be just like heathens. Why? Why? Why, man? Why do we desire to be like the people round about us? They have a new year, you want a new year. They have a new year, you want a new year. That's right.
They have an Xmas.
They have an Xmas, you want an Xmas. Come on, man. We didn't have New Year's. Nowhere in the book stated that we had a new year. What the day is called Yom Teruah. September 15th, Friday sundown is Yom Teruah. It's Shabbaton. You can't work. I can't go to it. I can't do no housework. Everything that has to be cooked double because it falls on Shabbat. Well, it's going to be a regular cooking because it falls on Shabbat. It's a double Shabbat. You got Shabbat and Yom Teruah. So Yom Teruah means the day of the blast. That was the day that the nation of Israel met God. When those trumpets exceeded and it waxed louder and louder and louder and louder. That was not humans. It wasn't humans. Non-stop. Those was angels that was with the voice of a trumpet. They didn't have trumpets.
Right.
That was angels with the voice of trumpet that waxed it louder and louder and louder and louder. Louder and louder and louder and louder and louder and louder. Then God's presence came down on that mountain and incinerated the whole mountain. And there was the commandments. The 10 commandments that was given to God. that was given to the nation of Israel. Okay? Let's go into that. Let's go into that right now. Let's Exodus chapter 19.
Exodus 19.
Uh-huh.
In the third month, when the children of Israel were going forth out of the land of Egypt, the same day they came into the wilderness of Sinai.
Uh-huh.
For they were departed from Rephidim and were come to the desert of Sinai, and had pitched in the wilderness, and there Israel camped before the mount. And Moshe went up to El Israel, and El Israel called unto him out of
While the
mountain.
nation of Israel is before the mountain, Moses is up in the mountain in Mount Sinai with God, conversing and having a conversation with God, going back and forth with God, man. So go ahead, read.
And Moshe went up to El Israel, and El Israel called unto him out of the mountain, saying, Thus thou shalt say unto the house of Yaakov, and tell the children of Israel,
Uh-huh.
Ye have seen what I did unto the Egyptians.
So you seen it with your own eyes what I did to Egypt, right?
Right.
And how I bore you on eagle's wings and brought you unto myself. Which means what? I took you to myself, man. I took you for a possession. You know why God took the nation of Israel for a possession? Because he chose their fathers. He chose Abraham. He chose Isaac. He chose Jacob. So therefore, because he chose your fathers, he chose your seed. Tom, see?
And therefore, if you will obey my voice indeed, and keep my covenant.
Now, therefore, if you will obey my voice indeed and keep my covenant, keep my agreement, then you shall be a peculiar treasure. If you do according to what I told you, you will be special in my eyes. That's what peculiar means. It means special.
That's right.
It means special. You mean more to me than any other nation.
You're the only one like this.
Huh? Because this guy here has qualities in him that this guy don't have. So I'm going to lean towards this guy more. He leaned towards the nation of Israel more because they had more. There was God's peculiar treasure. They had a quality in them that no nation had.
That's right.
Tom, see?
You shall be a peculiar treasure unto me above all people. For all the earth is mine. And you shall be unto me a kingdom of priests.
A kingdom of priests. And what?
And a holy nation.
And a holy nation.
These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel. And Moshe came and called for the elders of the people, and laid before their faces all these words which El Israel commanded him. And all the people answered together and said, All that El Israel had spoken will we do.
Everything that God said, we're going to do it.
Yeah.
We're going to do it. Which means what? You done went and put your foot in your mouth.
Yes.
You done went and put your foot in your mouth. You done swore. You don't have to say, I swear. You don't have to say, I swear to God. Just mention something and say something and don't follow it. You broke your oath. Just agree to something. You broke your oath. Tom, see?
And Moshe returned the words of the people unto El Israel. And El Israel said unto Moshe, Lo, I come unto thee in a thick cloud, that the people may hear when I speak.
That was a hell of a vision. While the nation of Israel is before the mountain, God's glory came, the glory of God came down in a thick cloud, and they heard the voice of God. They heard the voice of God coming out of a thick cloud. And that was supposed to cause the people to follow God 100%. That was supposed to make them straight. But you know why it didn't? Because later on in Deuteronomy, God told the nation of Israel, he said, you didn't see. I didn't give you eyes to see until this day. I didn't give you ears to hear until this day. Which means there's a certain time that comes when you really begin to understand.
Say that again.
There's a certain time when you will begin to understand the laws of God. Right now, you're fresh.
You just got to do it.
You just came into this way of life. So therefore, you're not going to understand everything that you read. Just do it. And that's what God wanted from us. You'll understand later. You don't even understand right away. I want you to just follow. I came down. I spoke to you. Do what I said. Later on, you'll understand why. Because you're not going to understand everything right away. When do we understand everything right away? It takes time.
First grade,
It takes
second
time.
grade, third grade,
Exactly.
fourth grade, fifth grade.
You got to go through certain levels in school.
Can't get it all.
Schooling. And even during the first teaching, you don't get it. You got to go back for another explanation. Well, teacher, Miss So-and-so, when you taught this, I don't understand. And they'll explain it. And sometimes you still don't understand. Just keep coming to class. Keep coming to class. And that's what this was.
Do your homework.
It was a training.
Go home and read.
Tamshi.
That the people may hear when I speak with thee and believe thee forever. And Moshe turned the words of the people unto El Israel. And El Israel said unto Moshe, go unto the people and sanctify them
Today
and tomorrow, and let them
wash their clothes,
and be ready against the third
be ready against the third day.
For the third day El Israel will come down in the sight of all the people upon Mount Sinai. And thou shalt set bounds unto the people round about.
Set boundaries. The mountain is here. Set boundaries around the mountain so that the people don't break forth to gaze or to touch or come close to that mountain. Tamshi.
Saying, take heed to yourselves that ye go not up into the mountain, or touch the border of it. Whosoever toucheth the mount shall
whoever touches gonna die. Read.
Then shall not in hand touch him, but he shall be surely stoned or shot through.
That's right.
When the deeds go man, it shall not live.
Shall not live.
When the trumpet sounded long, they shall come up to the mount. Moshe went down from the mountain to the people and sanctified the people, and they washed their clothes. And he said unto the people,
and it took them to be clean. He said, don't come at your wives. God said, when a man go into a woman and the seed of copulation leave from him, he becomes unclean. You have to wash before the sun goes down. That's only good. That's good for God. And that's good for humans, for me and you. But then God picked it up when, you know why? Because listen, now my presence is going to be before you.
Nothing happened.
Not just shower, wash, and clean in one day. You need 3 days. You need 3 days to be away from woman. If I cohabitated with my wife Monday, I need to be clean and away from woman for 3 days before the presence of God could come down. If somebody did not wait and they wasn't clean in 3 days and the presence of God came down, wrath would have broke loose. Wrath would have broke loose. Tamshi.
15. And he said unto the people, be ready against the third day. Come out at your wives.
Now, this is the uncleanness that only God could see, man. This is the uncleanness that only the Creator could see, man. We can't see this uncleanness with the naked eye. You can't see the uncleanness with the naked eye. And with that, all I got was bought. Then I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
And I'm going to call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mikhail Ben Level.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. With all due respect to my father, my teacher, and the leader, Chief Eleazar, Ben Dodo, the tribe of Levi. With all due respect to princemen, mothers in Israel, visitors, chief men. I bid you out of tongue of our forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Okay. First stop is Proverbs chapter 1.
Proverbs of Shlomo, the son of David, king of Israel, to know wisdom and instruction, to perceive the words of understanding.
Okay, now, these Proverbs, right? It said to know wisdom and instruction. A lot of people use that word wisdom, okay? A lot of people use the word understanding. Wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Everybody uses those words, but God gives the meaning of what it is. He said these proverbs here were written, okay, by Solomon, the son of David, which we all know and everybody in the world agrees is the wisest man that ever lived. Right or wrong?
Yeah.
Good people and bad people all agree that that was the wisest guy, the smartest guy, the most intellectual guy, the guy that if any human knew anything, he knew it. And if he didn't, he had access to God. He was the beloved one of God. So these are not thou shalt and thou shalt not, but they go along with it.
Yeah.
All right? They go along with it as far as if you're doing these commandments, your ways and your heart and your thoughts got to be correct too. This is what helps. This is what tells you what to do and what not to do. It also identifies what is godly. If certain things we do here on this planet, God said this is unrighteous. This is a wicked act.
Mm-hmm.
It tells you and breaks down what honor is, because we don't know what honor is. Everybody thinks they know what a lot of these words mean, and they don't. And I'm going to say it again. That's why he breaks them down. What we're supposed to do is look at that definition and be honest with yourself and say, hey, man, that fits me. That's me. I'll be having malice in my heart. Say it to yourself. Don't be done and say, you know what? No, there are times I'll be having it. I'll be on it. I'll be on it like that. And I just want to kill somebody. I want to do this, or I want to do that. Something that you wouldn't want done to you. These proverbs show you the way to how to identify what you have in your heart. Who and how to honor. How you serve God. How you supposed to think. Term sheet.
To receive the instruction of wisdom, justice and judgment and equity. To give subtlety to the simple.
See, to receive the instruction. These are instructions of how you can become wise. A wise person is a person that departs from evil. Okay? To understand something doesn't mean, oh yeah, I know the meaning of that. No. The real meaning of to understand is to depart from what is evil. And when you depart from what is evil, you're wise. You become wise. Because wisdom comes to you. This thing called wisdom will start coming to you, telling you, no, don't do that. You shouldn't think like that. You shouldn't feel this way. Look, all of this going on is here, right or wrong.
Yeah.
Right? Wisdom goes up in here and speaks to you. Okay? It's as if God was speaking to you. It's the intellectuality of God telling you this is not the way. So that's what wisdom does, but you only get it when you depart from evil. You depart from evil when you follow his commandments. So you got to start doing the commandments. You're going to start doing commandments first before you change anything here. Okay? Physical laws. Stop eating this. Start wearing that. Start doing this. Observe this day. No other days. No parades. All right? No parades. No parades. We don't celebrate with no parades. Any day that God told us to celebrate in memorial of, okay, is because something happened. So God said, all right, now this day, we're going to commemorate this day, and you keep it on this day. That's how our days came.
Right.
Parades are devil-worshiping parties.
Right.
Okay? So we all know what to stay away from. Okay? Stay away from parades.
Barbecue.
Leave those alone. Okay?
Barbecue.
It said it gives subtlety to the what?
Subtlety to the simple.
Uh-huh.
To the young man, knowledge and discretion.
Uh-huh.
Wise man will hear. Will
Okay. It
increase
said
knowledge.
it gives subtlety to the simple. Subtlety. You know what subtlety is? You're simple, right? To these commandments. You're ignorant. You don't know. But like he said, in time, you will become subtle to it. You will understand it. It will become clear to you. Okay? Touch you.
A wise man will hear, will increase learning. And a man of understanding shall attain unto wise
He said a wise man will hear. A man that's wise, he will hear. He will pay attention. He will hearken. Okay, and by doing that, he will increase his learning. He will gain more knowledge. He will know more. Tamshi.
To understand the proverb and the parable, the words of the wise and their dark sayings, the fear of Israel is the beginning of knowledge.
A dark saying is not something evil. You see the word dark, doesn't mean it's dark. It means it's something that has to be figured out. Someone that's wise will have to break it down to you. This is not something that everybody will be able to figure out. That's what it sees when you see dark saying. It has nothing to do with anything evil or any code or anything like that. Tamshi.
The fear of Israel is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise
The beginning of knowledge is the commandments. That's the knowledge. And when you start doing it, it starts to bring the fear of God in you. This is the steps, Tamshi.
My son, hear the instruction of thy father, and forsake not the law of thy mother. For they shall be an ornament of grace unto thy head, and chains about thy neck.
He said, my son, hear the instruction of thy father. Whatever he says, we have to hear, we have to follow his voice. We hear his voice, and he's saying something. Turn it down, listen. Same thing with Ema, with the mother. We have to hear, pay attention. Oh man, came here. And I would say, you didn't hear me? I was just in the room and I was telling everybody. You were sitting here, but how come you didn't hear me? That goes all into honor. How am I going to be able to hear? Oh, wow, right, that's my mother's. Oh, wow. I heard what you said. No, I heard you. You got to tell me. I heard what you was telling him. I paid attention. Okay? He said, and forsake not the law of thy mother. Your mother's going to give you laws. Some for now, some for always. Some for the moment. We have to follow
That's
that.
what parents do.
So no, some of us in here are parents. And we do the same thing.
That's right.
And don't expect. We do it, right? But we don't want it done to us. But all of us that are parents know what this is. We have certain laws that our mother tells us that your father not going to tell you.
That's right.
There's certain laws your father going to tell you that your mother ain't going to tell you.
That's right.
They're one, so it all's going to be the same. It all going to balance out.
That's right.
Your father may not care about this. He said, well, I don't care if you do that. But look, he said,
Mother
but your
cares.
mother don't like it.
That's right. That's right. So I gotta stop.
So don't do it.
So don't do it.
That's what the father, he said. But he said, oh, I know, but did you find, you know what your mother going to say? He said, okay, I don't care. Did you find out from your father?
Mm-hmm.
Did you run that to him? Because if you ran it to me, you got to run it to him.
That's right.
If you run it to him, you got to run it to her. You can't go, you know what I'm saying, play the field.
Right.
Thomas Street.
My son, if sinners entice thee, consent thou not.
Son, if sinners entice thee, consent thou not. Don't agree. Sometimes you will agree, right? But then later on, something gonna come to you and say, don't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Fall back. You still didn't consent. You stopped yourself. You caught yourself. Yeah, a lot of times we plan to do things and people don't think nothing about it. Then later on, thought come in your head. Whoa, no, don't do that, man. Nah, not a good idea. So that's you not consenting. Okay? Because the sinner not gonna come to you like looking scary or tell you come murder somebody with you. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
A lot of stuff is regular things. You say it's regular, but God says sin. So you gotta watch for everything you agree with. And always double check it over in your mind again. Yeah, we have to do that, man. We have to do that. Tell me, I agreed to something earlier this week, but then certain things happened, and it made me think about what I agreed to days before. And I said, Lord, you know what? That's what I had. Stopping me from not getting this, what I agreed to. Yeah. I'm talking about myself. That was this week. Yeah. So I said, oh, wait a minute. No, you know what? I'm out of that. Oh, what happened? No. I'm not explaining to you. You're not going to get it. We might wind up arguing. I ain't got time for that. All I'm saying is I'm not concerned. I'm not going to be a part of that. All right? Okay. That's it.
What's that group?
But
Evil group.
But when that thought comes to your head, if that thought comes to your head, because not everybody is fortunate,
Take time.
those thoughts ain't gonna come to everybody. So when the thought comes to your head for you not to do something that you was gonna go ahead and do, hearken to it. Hearken to it. It shows you where you at. Yeah, man. It shows you where you at. Time sheet.
If they say, come with us, let us lay wait for blood.
Come with us, let's do this. Come with us, let's have a party. Come with us, let's go here. Come, let's do a jokes. Let's do all these things.
Yeah.
Because that's what they're going to do. They're never going to come to you and say, let's do something
Let's do a
that's godly.
Let's go to
But they
Marcy
don't-
Projects.
Huh?
Let's go to Marcy Projects.
Whatever you're going there for, it don't, the gathering don't have nothing to do with it. That's why I had to check myself. I said, no, man. Look, take back the money that you put into. I took the money back. You know what I'm talking about, Iman.
Yeah.
I took the money back. I'm glad. I'm glad. Yeah, God stopped me. You have to recognize when God's stopping you from about to do something wrong or right. Yeah. Because if it's a person he didn't choose and he don't want them to do this, every time, I don't care how much teachers they come to, they're not going to get it. They're not going to get it. They're not going to get it. And you're going to start getting excuses. Excuses not to do this. Excuses not to do that. Excuses not to do this. After a while, you're not here. And that's how you get pushed away. So start figuring out now. Analyze everything in your head, y'all. Because I don't care how strong you are, right behind you trying to get each and every one of us. You and your sin, me and mine, you and yours, 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 according to what you got in your heart. That's how he come at you. I'm weak in this field. You strong in that field. So he know how to come to you. He know how to come to me. Just like Adam and Eve. So we got the people going in our head. And that thought that tell you not to do something that you was going to go do, listen to that thought. Tom shoot.
If they say, come, let us lay wait for blood. Let us lurk privately for the innocent without cause. Let us swallow them up alive as degraded, and whole as those that go down into the pit. We shall find all precious substance. We shall fill our houses with spoil.
All they want to do is just take everything. They're taking this. Only this is about taking stuff that don't belong to them. No matter how you do it, taking things that don't belong to you is still stealing.
Yeah.
It's stealing in different forms. You got digital stealing, paperwork stealing, the actual physical stealing. Okay,
Yeah.
Scamming, where you put false paperwork down or somebody else's information to receive money that's not rightfully yours. People use people's dead people relatives to put a check in their name. All these things is what they're talking about. Let's do this, because when you do that, you take the substance from the person. How would you like, you go to the bank, you got $5,000 in the bank. When you go there, you got $100 in the bank. And the bank can't even tell you what happened. You gotta pay rent. You gotta do this. You gotta do that. These are what the sentence is telling you to take from people. They said, don't get down with that. Leave that alone. Most of the time, when a group comes with an idea, it's not godly. It's not. When they say, come, let's go do this, let's do that, it's not godly. Assumption.
We shall find all precious substance. We shall fill our houses with spoil. Thou shalt cast in thy lot among us, we shall all have one purse. My son, walk not thou on the way with
And you know what I've seen happen to people like that, groups like that? He said, we all gonna have one purse, right? We're gonna get everything, all the spoil and put it together. When that one purse comes, you know what happens? They start coming at each other. Because they're not gonna share this righteously, rightfully, because it's all been gotten by unjust gain. So what you're trying to build with this unjust gain, it's not gonna work. Because that's how they think. Oh, we can put and we got a pot, we can do this, and we can do that. Don't work like that. Some shit.
My son, walk not thou on the way with them. Refrain thy foot from their path. For their feet run to evil, and make haste to shed blood. Surely in vain the net is spread in the sight of any bird.
He says, surely in vain the net is spread in the sight of any bird. You know what that means? You spread the net before a bird, he see it. What he's going to do? Fly. So you made the net, you made the trap in vain. We didn't see when people set a trap for birds, it was either to eat them, okay, and they also imprisoned them in cages, what we call bird cages. See how you go in a person's house, they got bird cages in their house? Israelites didn't do that. We didn't have that. We had herds and cattle. We had dogs to help us herd the cattle. Okay? We didn't take animals and lock them up, put them in zoos. You said, well, what about the fish? That fish ain't locked up. He's in water. He's not locked up. Okay? You got to use wisdom. You take an animal that belongs in the wild and you bring him in your home to domesticate it, but then it turn on you. Okay? Yeah. Some dogs got more wild than regular dogs. Some cats. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Said let them loose. If I got wings, you think I want to sit in that cage all the time? There's times I want to get up. Right? Why do you go outside when there's nothing to do? Well, there's nothing important to take care of. He said, I just came out here to get what? Some air. Stretch. He says, stretch my legs first. So it's an evil thing. If you're not gonna kill that bird, it's got to be a clean bird. But see, these are the things that people do. But God, when God speak about it in a negative light, that means we shouldn't do it. But these are the ways of the people. Yeah. Come shoot.
And they lay wait for their blood. They lurk privately for their lives. So are the ways of everyone that is greedy of gain. It taketh away the life of the owner thereof.
He's saying they lay wait for their own blood. They lurk their own blood. You know what my own blood is? My brothers, my family. That's my blood. I lay in wait for my own blood to kill them and to rob them. You know that's not good. He said, but these guys here, that's how they get down. Because that's all they know. He said, so when you see a person that would do that, right, to his own blood, he'll do it to you. And you're not blood. He'll do it to you. You see a person do it to his mother. The dude smack his mother. Why are you hanging around him? And you heard about the story about him smacking his moms or trying to fight his father. Right or wrong? These are what you call, these are heinous crimes. Some shit.
Wisdom crieth without. She uttereth her voice in the streets. She crieth in the chief.
Wisdom only cried to the ones who are trying to better themselves with God's commandments. Wisdom don't cry out to everybody. You see how it said cry out where? In the streets. In the streets of Jerusalem. That's where it was crying out at. Wisdom ain't in these streets now. This is proverb of what was going on back then. This is about the people. Okay? You can't read everything here and say it's now. Wisdom is not outside in the streets. But when you try to talk wisdom to somebody and tell them what God say, it ain't gonna work.
Sure.
But back then, in the land, in the streets of Jerusalem, in Quito, and all these other cities, wisdom was out there because God was with the people.
Sure.
So they had help in stopping sinning. They had help in keeping correct with God because wisdom was crying in the streets. You about to rob somebody, and wisdom said, man, leave it alone. You leave it alone. Yeah, let me stop. Let me not do this no more. That's an example of wisdom crying in the streets.
Mm-hmm.
And now it only happens for an individual. According to this, it's only going to happen to an individual. Tells you.
She cried through the chief place of concourse, in the openings of the gates. In the city she uttereth her words, saying, how long, you simple ones, will you love simplicity?
How long, simple one? Simple one. You follow everything except what God said. Simple one. You believe lies. Simple one. You see everybody believe this, you see what happened, and you still believe it. Simple one. You got the answer right here in front of you, you still won't do it. Simple one. I just gave you the reason why this happened, and you won't believe it. Simple one. He said, how long are you going to be this way? How long are you going to take everything for granted? He said, and the scorners delight in their scorning. You know who the scorners are? The scorner is the person that don't want to hear nothing you have to tell them. They're not listening to nobody's rebuke. Nobody. Nobody's rebuke. Nobody's advice. Nothing. That's the scorner. Anything good, he's scorning that. He do what he want to do, or she do what she want to do. That's the scorner. So it said, you don't go and read. He said, rebuke not the scorner. Why? Why you say that? It's not wise to.
Right.
It's not wise to rebuke a scorner. You know he ain't gonna listen. He said, "What? He ain't gonna listen. I ain't saying nothing. You ain't see what he just did over here. You just see the reaction here. Okay then. He ain't listening. He ain't listening to who he's supposed to listen or she's supposed to listen to. Who am I or who are you?
Right.
That's a scorner. That's just saying when you do that now, that's when things come up. And what? After now me and you ain't talking and me and you ain't talking now. Right? And guess what? Guess what? I'm still not receiving the correction. So it said, the scorners delight in their scorning. And yes, they do. You hear it when they declare stuff. Nobody can tell me nothing. That's a scorner. Shutting down any type of rebuke, correction, admonishment, anything. That's what a scorner does. Tells you.
And the scorners love scorning, which they desire for themselves, and fools hate knowledge. Turn you at my reproof.
Fools hate knowledge. Fools hate knowledge. At least back then, the fool knew it was knowledge. He was hating. Today, people don't know nothing. God got to select them and open them up for them to get a little something here. Regular common knowledge of diets, of what's good for you to eat and not to eat. Regular common knowledge of that. People don't listen to that. So that makes you a fool. Today, the fools today are worse than the fools back then. They knew what they was rejecting. They was just bold enough to, hey, yo, look, I'm going this way with it. Today, time shoot.
Behold, I will pour out my spirit unto you. I will make known my words unto you. Because I have called and ye refused. I have stretched out my hand.
He said, turn you at my reproof. Behold, I will pour out my spirit unto you. I will make known my words unto you. Every time you read this book, God is making his words known to you.
Yeah.
Every time. Don't need a prophet. Muhammad told me to say, and this was not, about 2 years ago. He said, yo, man, he said, if you really buckle down and do everything that God's saying here, you don't need no prophet. The prophets in there already told you what's going on. We don't need them no more. They said what they had to say. We killed enough of them. Yeah, the Israelites killed a lot of prophets, their own prophets.
Yeah.
As soon as somebody said, thus said the Lord, oh man, kill him. Tough shit.
Because I have called and ye refused, I have stretched out my hand, and no man regarded. For ye have set at naught all my counsel, and was none of my reproof.
He said, because I called and you refused. You didn't answer. You didn't. When you don't adhere to the commandments, you refuse. He said, I have stretched out my hand, and no man regarded. No man. He said, yo, come. Stretch out his hand to you. But you didn't answer. You didn't come to us. You didn't come. He said, but ye have set at naught all my counsel, and with none of my reproof.
I will also laugh at your calamity. I will mock when your fear cometh. When your fear cometh as a storm, and your calamity come as a whirlwind.
When God said it, God said, I'm going to laugh at you because you're a fool. When it comes, I'm going to laugh at you. So that's mocking. When people laugh at you, they're mocking you. When people are testing your authority or questioning your authority, they're mocking you. There's a bunch of different ways to mock people. So the best thing is, what you don't like for yourself, don't do it. If you don't want me to say certain things or certain words to you, don't say it to me. Because it's mocking. Yeah. It's not a good thing. Some shit.
When distress and anguish cometh upon you, then shall they call upon me, but I will not answer. They shall seek me early, but they shall not find me.
So when they get in trouble, they're going to start calling on God now. Everybody's going to get all serious because some violence has been done, some trauma is going on, somebody's suffering. He said, that's when they want to come and seek me early. He said, the only time they come is when they're in trouble or they're about to die. Then they realize, okay, that they've been lingering all their lives. That's what he's saying here. He said, but you was getting warnings. I was speaking to you. He said you was getting counsel. You wouldn't have nothing to do with it. He said, with none of my reproof. You didn't even want to hear the rebuke. That's the type of heart you don't want to have. Comes you.
For that they hated knowledge and did not choose the fear of Israel. They would none of my counsel. Mm-hmm. They despised all my reproof. Mm-hmm. Therefore shall they eat of the fruit of their own way and be filled with their own devices.
Well, they're going to take what they've been giving out, what they've been dishing out, and all the stuff they've been doing. They're going to be victim to it too. They say, well, go, you see, that's what it is. See, all the sayings that you hear come from here. They say, what goes around comes around. They got that from here. Right. He said, they shall eat the fruit of their own way. Okay? Your own doings. The things that you do that God don't approve of. The things that you do to people that God don't approve of. Right? You will become a victim to it one day. You will experience how that person felt when you didn't care. He said, yo, man. He said, if you do the widow and the fatherless, right? He said, you do them dirty. He said, guess what? Guess what I'm going to do? He said, I'm going to kill you and I'm going to make your wife a widow and I'm going to make your children fatherless. It ain't nothing to turn the tables on the person. Man. That's what I'm saying. God said that. God said, beware, man, don't do that because look, certain people, if she's a widow means her husband died. That's it. Look. She ain't looking for no other man. She ain't dating. She ain't on a rebound.
She stayed to herself. Her husband died.
She ain't on a rebound.
She stayed to herself.
She's not dating. She's not on app sites for 80-year-old people.
He the one that said, child, You need to get over that, child.
That's
Come on
right.
and live your
You
life.
gotta live your
child.
life. That's what they say.
Come on and meet Johnny over here.
Yeah, I got
child.
somebody to meet. Johnny wanted to meet you.
He's a woman of
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, you gotta watch
Leave
that.
her alone.
The old Johnny been looking at Miss Crabtree ever since Miss Crabtree's husband died. You gotta watch that. Look, man, once the man is gone, somebody looking at her. But her integrity says, look, this is my man, my husband, and I really love him. And for me to keep carrying on what he say and to hold down what he left, I gotta stay to myself. I have to stay to myself. That's why God respect the widow.
Yeah.
Respect the widow. He said, yo, look, he hold the widow down to the point where you better watch what you do to her. Because if she cry out to me,
He said, I'm a hell voice.
not here, I'm going, look, he said, not this, right? He said, I'm going to hear her
I'm
voice.
going to kill you with the sword.
If she's a widow, her husband died, and you mess with her and she cry out, God will hear her. She doesn't need a priest, she don't need a prophet. God will hear her.
Ain't nothing wrong if you remarry.
No, you can remarry,
Remarry.
but if you remain a widow, God got you.
Right.
Because you don't have your protector there. You don't have your husband there.
Mhm.
You understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
He gonna make a way for you to eat.
Mhm.
That's why he respect the widow like that. Because it takes more to stay to yourself, right or wrong, than to go out there. And people respect the widow and say, look, that she really loved her husband. Now you know she really loved him. Because he's not around. That's when you know she loves you, when you're not around. Sometimes you need to be not around to see if she really loves you. If she loves you, and you say, hey, this is how I live, and it's detrimental to my life to live this way, then she is going to follow it. She's going to hold it down. It takes the two of us. We hold each other up. I don't want to be the one looking like the villain all the time. Because that's how it's going to look. Yeah, I've been there. That's how it's going to look. Come she.
Therefore shall they eat of the fruit of their own way and be filled with their own
Oh,
devices.
okay, leave that now. Go to 1 Samuel, first chapter. 1 Samuel, first chapter.
1 Samuel 1. But there was a certain man of Ramathaim Zophim of Mount Ephraim. His name was Elkanah, the son of Jeroham, son of Elihu, son of Tohu, son of Zuk, and Ephrathite. And he had two wives. The name of the one was Hannah, and the name of the other was Penina.
So, Ramot Zophim and the Mount Ephraim. I'm kind of, okay, cool. All right. Sound like Benjamite. A lot of Benjamites, they live very close to the vicinity of Mount Ephraim. So you have Ephraimites and Benjamites that live in that area.
Right.
Right? Tamshi.
And Penina had children, but Hannah had no
Back
children.
up. He had two wives.
The name of the one was Hannah, and the name of the other Penina. And Penina had children, but Hannah had no children.
This man had two wives, right?
Right.
One had children,
One didn't.
one didn't.
Yeah.
You know, God shuts up a woman's womb.
She was
You
barren.
know, she can't
She couldn't conceive.
conceive seed.
Right.
She can't get pregnant.
Right.
And I noticed that most women, even today, I know a lot of women,
Hard to
they be mad at other women for preventing themselves from getting pregnant or having abortions.
Mhm.
I hear a lot of female young children say, man, I wish I just can't have one. And why you moving like this and you don't even appreciate the fact that you can get pregnant. And you're taking shots. See, they got a thing called a Depo shot. You take a shot and you don't have to use condoms, you don't have to use nothing. Because it's in her bloodstream that when the the semen goes up in there,
Destroy it.
and it's gonna get killed.
Yeah.
And there's nothing gonna be there to fertilize, no egg. Because the semen, the man's seed, fertilizes the woman's eggs. Okay? Those women's eggs renew every 28 days. Hence the period cycle, the menstruation cycle.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
In her blood, that's what's really coming out. Okay? So that's why it's like that. But there's times when God shut it up.
Damn, you see how God
You see how
orchestrated the woman.
all he got to do by his command say shut it up, and that's it. I don't care how many times you lay with her, it's not gonna happen.
There's a reason for that cycle every 28
Yeah.
years.
So you see now, in ancient days, they created a fertility god
Fertility goddess. Yeah.
for people who couldn't have children.
Yeah.
That was their gods, where the fertility gods come from. Okay? Fertility means to be fertile.
Yeah.
Fertile means the ground, you don't even have to dig.
Fertile crest.
Just put the seed on top of there. And in 1 week, you're going to see it growing. You're going to see a little plant there. You're going to see leaves. He said, man, all you got to do is spit in front of her and she get pregnant. You say the word DNA, she gets pregnant. Yeah, she's fertile. He said the Hebrew woman, a lively woman.
Mm-hmm.
He said before we come in there to help them deliver the baby, they already had the baby. They didn't have miscarriages, y'all. Condoms didn't exist. One man in here pulled out, okay?
Yeah.
Let his seed drop to prevent his dead brother having a name.
Right.
And he was killed for
They
that.
didn't want to raise up seed for his dead brother. Yeah.
They didn't have look. Not even the cattle had miscarriages.
Mm-hmm.
That's how right and close they was to God. And that's the blessing. Nothing, everything is healthy. Tamshi.
And this man went up out of his city yearly to worship and to sacrifice unto El Israel, the Elohim host in Shiloh.
So he went every year to Shiloh. Before Jerusalem, we had Shiloh.
Right.
Right. That was the tabernacle.
Before the temple, that's right.
Before the temple, it was Shiloh.
That's right.
That's where all the offerings were taken,
Mm-hmm.
and that's where God had chose to place his name at that time.
That's right.
Until God got mad at the people and allowed Shiloh to be destroyed. But they weren't honoring his name there.
He did Shiloh a job.
Okay? And look, don't ever name your son Shiloh. Yeah. Not every name you read in here you take and name your kids. All right? Names have meaning. I know 2 people that named their son Shiloh and they got murdered. And you know why I say that? Because Abba told me. He said, no, man. At the end of Shiloh's history, God hated Shiloh. They made God so mad. Look, you'd be mad and you say, yo, I don't even want to hear his name. Right?
Right.
That's how mad God got at Shiloh. So my father said, that's one name you don't use. You don't hear nobody walking around with the name Jerusalem. Right or wrong?
Right.
All right then. Can't just, it sounds pretty. It sounds good. Man. Some of these names, you put it on your kid, and that's what he gonna be, or that's what she gonna be. You put that spirit of that name because certain names come with the attributes.
Right.
Or a situation.
Right.
I named my son Stranger, Gershon. Why? Because I was a stranger in a strange land.
Right.
I experienced how it is to live like a stranger. And I had a son at that time, so I named him according to that.
Yeah. Right.
That's how they did it.
Yeah.
One woman, Raquel, named Benjamin.
Ben-Oni.
She didn't name him Benjamin. She named him Ben-Oni, the son of my sorrow.
Sorrow.
Like this guy is Look. He gonna pack nothing but sorrow. Or he gonna make me sorrowful.
She died in childbirth.
Right? And she died in childbirth, right? Jacob said, nah, these kids, these boys are blessed. God blessed my sons. I can't have them have a name like sorrowful.
Benjamin.
He said, Benjamin,
Son of my right hand.
son of my right hand. He's going to be the one. And he was the son of his right hand.
That's right.
That's why he didn't let him go nowhere. So I already lost one here. Y'all got this one locked up. He ain't going nowhere. Son of my right hand. You have a son of your right hand. Yeah. Because all men, when they have a son, want your son with you. You don't want your son with nobody else. Because he came from you.
That's right.
And everybody needs to understand that and respect that.
That's right.
The way God set it all up. Woman, you did not give me a son.
That's right.
God gave you a son so you could bear a seed and a name for me, your husband. That's what Rebecca said. Rebecca said God gave her.
That's how old woman.
She didn't say she gave.
God gave me a man child.
Now, you know when it counts? To the sons and the daughters. Yeah. Because she bore you. She bore me. She bore us. Because Tobit said it. He said, look, man. He said, I need your mother, man, because look, she could have died. She was in danger the whole time and she was pregnant with you. Yeah, don't you know that? Women are in danger all the time because of the curse.
Right.
Because of Eve, remember? Okay?
That's right.
Sometimes they don't make it.
That's right.
Sometimes they make it and get diabetes,
Get sick behind it.
contract a disease. The baby come out all right. She messed up, right or wrong. Most of the time, the baby be all right and be the mother that died. Yeah, man. I know a guy that his father died before he was born, and when he was born, his mother died. She died. He died. She died in giving birth to him. So appreciate your mother and your father, or your mother or your father. Appreciate them, man. You got some people that never met their mother and father. And it's heavy on them every day. And we take ours for granted. Where we do, man? We talk a lot, man, only to make ourselves feel better.
Right.
When it's really time to really dig in and look, shut myself down. We really don't shut ourselves down, man. We don't. We really don't, man. Just remember, we're parents too. What we want from our children, we got to give to our parents. And our children, when you have children, the cycle goes on and on. Yeah. You're going to see when you have a son and he tell you, oh, come on, I don't want to hear all of that. Let me see you go for it. And don't be the parent that let your child get away with everything.
Right.
And let your child do anything they want.
Right.
And let your child, oh, and look. Not only that, you're letting them break laws freely. Okay? Because it's double for an Israelite. Don't let your child discipline the children. Oh, I don't want to deal with them like that because what? You didn't like it when you got disciplined. That's your wickedness speaking, and that's how the iniquities is being passed down because you allowing them to get away with it. What? So you didn't like it when Abba and Ima yelled at you. You didn't like it. You don't appreciate the correction. You will never appreciate and receive God's correction. What you don't accept from your mother and father, you ain't going to accept from God. Okay? You don't know what he looked like. You can't kiss him, can't hug him, can't buy him nothing. Can you run to the store for him? No. All he requires is that your ways be correct and you do these commandments. But he said, them, honor. Because back to Tobit. Yo, all we did was plant the seed and moved on. Right? She doing the work now. You got a whole human being inside of her. Got her weak. She can't keep food down. So yeah, man, listen. I want You owe me that for life. You owe that. And just because your mother ain't hard on you like your father is hard on you, don't take advantage of that.
Right.
Y'all hear me? Don't take advantage of that. If you have the type of parents that are kind of soft on you, don't take advantage of that. Don't ride on that. Okay? Because all of that go up under honor. Tamshi.
And Penina had children, but Hannah had no children. And this man went up out of his city yearly to worship and sacrifice unto El Israel in Shiloh. And the two sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, the priests of El Israel, were there. And when the time was that Elkanah offered, he gave to Penina his wife and to all her sons and her daughters portions. But unto Hannah he gave a worthy portion, for he loved Hannah. But El Israel had shut up her womb. And her adversary also provoked her sore for to make her fret.
Her adversary, her enemy, that was
Penina.
Penina, the other wife.
That's right.
Woman.
What made her an adversary?
Women naturally be in competition over men. Naturally, I see it every day. I hear their voice.
Right.
So when you have two wives, right? A man has two wives. I'm trying to have as much sons as I can. I want to have more than her. Okay? It's nothing bad or nothing. But I'm a wife. I can't have none. And she popping them out. And look, and she talking about it. She knows, look. You good. You got it all. You rich. This guy's poor. You think I want to sit here and hear the rich guy talking about how much money he got?
No.
The wickedness in me make me want, me. The wickedness in me make me want stocks. You know what? Come here. I take it now. That's what I had to, there's certain of the things I had identified as larceny. See? But you don't want to hear that. When somebody, oh, I got it, everybody happy, you going through it. What's going to happen? You're going to remove yourself.
Right.
Because he's only doing this to make you feel this way. All these things are not good. But the women do that. They do that. That's what they do. Some women do it. There's nothing wrong with it. It's friendly competition. It's all for her Lord. Because he is their Lord. Their Lord. See, a Lord, I can be a Lord over many. I can be a God of many. That's why we can have more than one wife. If you have the finances. Everybody thinks it's all, you just have more than one woman. Okay, I could just be with anybody. No. It's not, it don't go down like that. This is a serious thing here. First of all, you're taking her to be wife, not girlfriend, not to be a baby mama.
That's right.
See, we're really not supposed to have baby mamas. And there's not supposed to be no baby mamas and baby daddies.
That's right.
Unless the father died. Then she becomes widow. When he ain't died, he lives in Cypress Projects. She lives in Fort Greene.
Right.
Okay? He gotta go. How he gonna train that son or daughter to be anything? They don't live with him. He don't live with them. She live with her grandmother. He live in a trap. Or he in a shelter. Let's keep it a buck, y'all. Come on. It be happening, right? Who most of the time gets married, get together and get married and have kids? Who does that? Most of the time, you just get together and then kids come out of it. And that's how you get baby daddies and baby mamas. Everybody got them now. That's whoredom.
Yes.
On both sides. Because the men, you're not supposed to be having sex unless you're married.
I'll go visit you in another country.
You're only supposed to be having sex with whom you're married to. That's why you can have more than one. See? You got the finances, you can have more than one. Because now I have 4 women, but they're mine. I'm not being promiscuous. God, because now I'm not, see, by me doing what God allowed me to do, right? I'm not breaking his commandments. And that's what counts.
Yeah.
Because see, if I do it any other way, I'm getting him mad at me. And that's going to be a problem. Now you got some man, well, he says, nah, man, I'm a one-woman kind of guy. And that's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Everybody want to be a player, okay? Don't know how to play. First of all, don't have no money. You ain't got nowhere to take her. Welfare taking care of the kids, food stamps taking care of the kids, WIC taking care of the kids. This is not the way of Israel. That's why you're supposed to be married.
Yeah.
And then when the kids is born under marriage, they're not bastards. Okay? When you have children who are born and you were not married to the man or the man was not married to you, that child or children are bastards.
Mm-hmm.
The whole world is full.
Thank you. I was just about to say.
Your best friend is a bastard.
I mean, let's go back to the rules.
Yeah.
Everybody knows you're supposed to be married.
Yeah.
Right or wrong?
Yeah.
Christians know it. Israelites know it. Regular heathens, everybody would do. They do that. No. That's the wickedness that God talking about. Now you see why his penalty is so severe. Yeah, no, but but you know what it is. Oh, okay, cool. Now suffer the consequences. You know what the consequences are? Y'all don't know? Child support. Child support, that's the consequences. Okay? Welfare. Her having to go down there and tell all her business. It's with a whole bunch of other women in there and kids running around. That's the life of an average heathen. Why? Because you live the life of an average heathen. Heathens are people who don't have no rules of God set by them. God gave it, these rules are not for him. They're for us.
That's right.
So you don't fall by the way. And you can keep families intact.
For us to live by.
If things keep going the way it is, we're not going to have no families in Israel no more. Trust me, as easy as a place is crowded, it can easily be empty. Just like that, I've seen many places crowded, elbow to elbow, hello, and gone. And whatever kids that was there, they grew up. They're growing up as a heathen with an Israelite name. You got more of that now. Yeah, serious. So we're setting this whole thing off wrong. The men, and then the woman, you don't want your man to be great. You don't want him to put out as much seed on this planet because he got to die. And that's what counts. That's why God set this up. It's his name that he's going to keep going. His son and his son's son. And in doing that, see, the more sons I got, right? The more lawmakers I got. This is to breed more and more and more. You understand what I'm saying? How we're moving, what we don't allow, what we like, what we don't like, that's what's crippling everything. Because it's all against God. I have to defeat, myself to follow God. You have to defeat yourself to follow God. Am I correct? Bro, help me out. Am I correct?
Yeah.
You what you have to do? Did you have to deal with somebody else in order for you to get right with God?
No.
Myself.
I gotta shut myself down.
Program your own self.
And I'm a man. And
you're
you're a man. And you're a woman. And he's a kid. And everybody has a shutdown in order to follow these commandments. Stop being stubborn. Stubbornness is weakness. We read it every day and still don't want to go along with it.
You can't read, like, cut off. It's right there in your face.
It said don't do it. It said don't eat it.
Sitting
Still go and eat it.
And the man tell you don't do it.
And you still do it.
it.
You cut off.
Ain't got no time.
You cut
You
off.
gotta really shut yourself
Now, really
down.
think about it.
Or do you realize what you're doing?
You
Because some
say
people
you
don't realize. It's called Meshuggah.
You're being told not
Don't-
to.
He said, yeah, I did the commandment of God. No, but you didn't.
You gotta dig
Cut
yourself.
off.
You gonna
And
dig
then you
yourself.
still.
You gotta dig
So
yourself. Cut off.
You got to start being circumspect with yourself.
Cut off.
Because you could go so far to where you're not going to get it.
That's the whole age of cut
You're
off.
not going to get it.
Sitting in service and still cut.
Oh, and
Telling you not to while you in service and you still do it. You're cut off.
you know what? That's another thing that just came to my head. These songs, man.
Yeah, mentioning
Yo,
God's
man.
name.
Stop mentioning God.
Talk about it.
There's three things I want to say about a lot of the songs.
Talk about it, man. Cut
Stop
off.
mentioning God's name.
God, you can't write his
It's
name.
to the point. You can't write it.
Come on,
No,
man.
you can't say it.
Might as well say it.
You can't say it in
Stop
your
playing.
prayer. In your own, you praying to God, you can't say that. Man.
Talk about it.
The one thing the Jewish man got
Playing
right,
games, man.
he called him, he doesn't call him Hashem, he calls him Hashem. You know what Hashem means?
The name.
The name. They don't say his name.
No,
They don't say Yod He Wav He.
No.
They don't say nothing.
Shabbat.
They don't say El. They don't say nothing.
Not
They say
supposed
the
to.
name. Once you hear the name, we know who you talking about. That's what Hashem means. Hashem means name.
Come on, man.
call him El Israel.
Another thing,
Stop saying his name, man.
I'm hearing a lot of church songs.
Come on, man.
A lot of church songs
Yeah.
being sung in congregations
Yeah.
across America.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay? The old heads know where those church songs come from. I said the old heads know.
Yeah.
The old heads know. Especially the Baptists, the down south, the Southerners. There's a lot of church grooves. Okay? Church grooves. You know what that means? Like, you know a song that sound like what? That sound like a church song. We're not supposed to be sounding like that.
Church instruments and stuff like that.
We're not supposed to be. Leave that alone. Stick to the songs that have been passed down for decades.
That's it.
Stick to that.
Cut off.
All of this when everybody's standing up and singing to God, and everybody's swaying back and forth. All that stuff, that mannerism is from the church. We can't bring that into Israel. A lot of those mannerisms are being brought in.
Yeah.
It has to get cut out. Okay? Time sheet. Just remember this. It said they sing praises to God with who? With the words of who? David. When they prayed to God, they only used the words of David. They only used the Psalms. I cannot make up my own prayer. Right now, though, when I'm saying prayer, I can't do none of that. Okay? I can't make a poem to God. Okay?
Will you call your parents by their first name?
Oh, boy.
Huh? Let me ask you a question again. Will you call your parents by their... Do anybody got to tell you that? Not to call your parents by their first name?
No, that's an automatic no.
Come on, man.
So why are you calling your father?
God by his name.
Our father.
Stop playing.
If people say father, they call him
Stop
father,
playing.
right? Stop saying
Stop
his name.
playing.
All people.
He said Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob did not know my name.
Stop playing. Who are you? God said Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Who's you?
And they're the top. They're
Stop
the top
mentioning his
dogs.
name, man.
And we just heard that they didn't sin.
Go somewhere.
And we heard just now in Amos, because when things happen, a calamity happen, people swear to their God.
Everybody.
Right or wrong?
Facts.
Everybody does that.
Facts.
Whatever God they serve,
Mentioning
they
God.
mention their name when something bad happened. In that verse, it said bodies was being burnt and brought out. And the dude said, hold on. Before you, he said, hold your tongue. Because he was about to say
Hold your
God's name. He said, hold your tongue. He stopped him.
Yeah.
He said, because we may not make mention of the Lord's name. Like,
Yeah.
See, this is the thing. In my anger, in my sadness, in my happiness, in my caring, in everything, I can err. You know what err means, right? I can mess up and sin.
Yeah.
Okay? You can't get too happy because you're going to do or say the wrong thing and sin.
Yeah.
You can't get too upset
you're gonna say the wrong thing and say, what happened to Moses?
Yeah.
And they pushed Moses, man.
Mm-hmm.
But still, look. At the end of the day,
That's sugar.
what God said. Yeah, God see it. God seen what happened, but look, it's still your fault because his name is holy. He said, and I can't let that right slide because you did not use a separation in front of the people. That's what he says, what God said. In the sight of the people. You didn't make a difference with me and my name in the sight of the people. So we got to be mindful of all these things. Don't write it.
Say it again.
Don't say it.
Say it again.
Okay?
Say it again.
Don't say it.
Say it again.
And don't say it in your
Say it again. Because if you do, you're crazy. You're Meshuggah. You're cut off. God don't
I
love
love you. Some sheep.
End of 6. Because Israel had shut up her womb. And as he did so year by year, when she went up to the house of
Instead of who we
Israel,
say, but God, see, God shut her womb up. That's who shut her womb up. Okay?
right.
So you got people talking about science and this, that, and the third. They're giving people injections to make them have babies. And then they wind up having more babies than they're supposed to. And then some of them die. Because why? You're going against what God did. God shut up the womb.
Many inventions.
Some sheep.
So she provoked her. And as she did so year by year, when she went up to the house of Israel, so she provoked her. Therefore she wept and did not eat. Then said, oh, her husband to work.
Somebody could provoke you to the point
to anger.
where you anger. Look. That's regular. That's regular. She's crying, man.
Mm-hmm.
She's crying. See, when you get angry, you can do something about it. But when you can't do nothing about it, you're going to sit down and cry.
Yeah.
Right or wrong?
Yeah, no mercy.
No mercy.
I'm gonna cry to the
She in a bad state because she ain't going to pop off on them like they would do. Right or wrong?
That wasn't a woman.
Right or
The
wrong?
woman
They didn't get down like that.
Right.
There's no popping off, no threats. No, hey, what y'all doing? He's breaking up this woman from fighting. Nah, it was none of that. It was none of that, man. You think they got down like that?
I was smacked.
Yeah, all of that. Look. They so hard with each other. They tell men that now.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
They told the cab.
On the train.
They told the cab driver straight up, yo, I'll get out this car and smack you. And she holding up traffic. And he already got out. Look, he was taking too long to get out of her way. That's why. He got out of her way. Now she stopped and she wants to do this. See, they didn't. The behavior of man and woman was not like this. It was not like this. They wasn't at a woman wasn't trying to kill the other woman or get at the woman, let alone say anything to her Lord.
Yeah.
And when they called, not just her husband, she called my Lord.
All
She addressed all men as my Lord. Because we are lords. The men are all gods. The good guys and the bad guys.
It was God's.
It's still gods, still men. They still were made in the image of God. So in that stand, that's why they're given that title.
Right.
We have to respect each other as gods, as men. What I did the other day, I said, excuse me, for interrupting men in their talk. People read that and say, yeah, you women, no, it's for men too. It just says, do not interrupt men in their talk. Did it say specifically who? No. These are the mannerisms, right, of God. These are godly mannerisms.
Yeah.
Okay? Godly mannerisms. Now, if you sneeze, I'm not telling you bless you.
No.
But when I do that, I worship a ancient German god.
Yeah.
Don't tell me that.
Okay? And his name starts with a G. Okay?
Talk to me. I can't say thank you.
God,
You say bless you, I can't say thank you.
Sneeze, said, wow, nobody said bless me. People want that.
Yeah, they get mad when
They get mad.
Yeah, that's what they grew up on.
But it's all deceit. It's not a blessing.
That's what they grew up
It's really not a blessing. You don't have to do that. Go tonight and read and find out where that come from, like I did, and you'll see.
think about it every time you see it.
Every time you sneeze, somebody got
Blessed
something.
by God. Come on, man, stop.
Anybody, a stranger could, bless you, man. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Salute. That's another thing. A toast. We don't do that.
No.
See how many things we don't do? If you want to serve God, okay? For the wicked, it's a problem. For the wicked, it's too much. Oh, that's a little too extreme. Oh, are you serious? Come on, that ain't. When you say that, you're saying that to God. It's a fool. I'm just telling you what God say. Remember that. That's all I'm doing. Okay? That's all I'm doing. So that's why they said, don't shoot the mailman. He's just bringing the mail. He got nothing to do with that bill you got. Don't take it out on him. That's it. What they really want to do is take, ask God. Or talk to God like Nimrod did.
Yeah.
That's what Nimrod did. You want to be so bold, and his ending was time sheet.
Then Elkanah, her husband, said to her, Anna, why weepest thou? And why eatest thou not? And why is thy heart grieved?
That's the first thing you notice with your wife or your husband. They're not eating. He said, no, I'm not hungry. He said, well, you okay?
You like
You
yourself.
sick?
You
You
like
feel,
yourself.
but first of all, you're going to ask if something's wrong with them. Okay? Physically. He said, no. He said, so what's up? What happened? What's on your mind, man? Because now it don't went from physical to your spirit. Your spirit is heavy. It's down. It's sad. You're disappointed. You're broken. So she said, man, why weepest thou? And why eatest thou not? And why is thy heart grieved? Am I not better to thee than 10 sons? Look, baby, man, if you got 10 sons right now, it's about me.
Yeah.
You got me. You don't need no sons. You good. This is what you call cheering your woman up.
Yeah.
Okay? Because emotionally, we're stronger than them. So when we see them down, we cheer them up. And there's times that we be out, we be down. And she'll come and do the same thing. Tom she.
Am I not better to thee than 10 sons? So Hannah rose up after they had eaten in Shiloh and after they had drunk. Now Eli the priest sat upon the seat by the post of the temple of El Israel. And she was in bitterness of soul and prayed unto El Israel.
So she went to Shiloh to pray to God.
Yeah.
And she was in a bitterness of her soul.
Mm-hmm.
You know what that means? Bitter.
Hurting.
Hurt real bad. All because she can't have a son or a husband. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
That's what they stress themselves over. That's what they got all bent out of shape over.
Mm-hmm.
The book will tell you what to concern about.
Yeah.
That's what they was bent out of shape about. Having a son. Having a son.
Mm-hmm.
And this one here, she not saying nothing. Every time I look her way, she like this. Brother, I saw it. Look, one of my baby mamas did it. The old one did it to the new one. But she went like this. You know what that means? I got the baby. I got his son. It's more valuable. I'm more valuable because I got the son. She was pregnant, and she looked at that one, and she rubbed her stomach like, yeah, you the new one, you the young brother. She said, but I got the son. I said, hey, stop that. Stop doing that. Caught her in the act. That's what she was doing, things like that to her. And it was getting to her. So she went to the house of the Lord to pray. Tom she.
And she was in bitterness of soul and prayed unto El Israel and wept sore. And she vowed a vow and said, O El of hosts, that thou wilt indeed look on the affliction of thine handmaid, and remember me, and not forget thine handmaid, but will give unto thine handmaid.
Yeah, it's
man
affliction.
child.
It's affliction. Yeah, you can get afflicted and nobody has to put their hands on you.
Mm-hmm.
Words and treatment can afflict a person. Am I right or wrong?
Right.
You know how you afflicted? 3 days after, it's still that incident still bother you. You don't sit right.
2 weeks after.
4 weeks after. Look. 10 years after. You think about it,
And get
and
you angry.
it gets you angry.
Mm-hmm.
Right or wrong?
That's
That's right.
Yeah, man. Or sometimes the conversation comes and be like, you know what? I don't even want to talk about that right now because it's gonna get me in another mode, right? Okay. Time sheet.
But will give unto thine handmaid a man child. Then I will give him unto El Israel all the days of his life.
And she told the Most High, she said, please recognize my affliction and what I'm going through, okay, by not having a child. She said, and remember me. Don't leave me out of that. Remember me by letting me have a child. See, right? He said, forget not thine handmaid. All right, don't forget me. He said, but we'll give unto thy handmaid a man child. Since this is the deal she made with God in her prayer. She said, don't forget me. She said, look, if you give me a man child, she said, then I will give him unto the Lord all the days of his life, and there shall no razor come upon his head. All over the book you hear about, well, razor upon his head. No razor, the Nazarite, no razor come on. And these people grew their hair. They didn't take haircuts. They didn't have haircuts. Okay, that's another key, because it's all over there. When they mourn, when they mourn in Israel, in the ancient world, they would cut their hair.
Right.
That was the only time.
Sign of mourning.
Look. You know when they don't cut their hair and sit down there for a day mourning. You know they be there for weeks. You know that, right? They be there for days and weeks.
Yeah.
It's not just one day they do this. It's not just one day they fast. It's not just one day, that one little time that we read about with Ahab.
Yeah.
He said he went softly. You know what that means, man? He stayed in one spot and was quiet.
Afflicting himself.
Laying on itchy sackcloth, not eating. That's how you humble yourself. You put yourself through it. You put yourself through the discomfort of not eating and laying on itchy stuff to show God, hey, God, man, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm really
I'm not. This breaks that treatment that you do to yourself, breaks your stubbornness. That's what it do. It makes you humble, see, because he said you humble. That act is a humbling act. Okay? Time sheet.
And it came to pass as she continued praying before El Israel that Eli marked her mouth.
Marked her mouth means you ever be having you were having a conversation, and all of a sudden you look up, the guy across the street right in your mouth. He marking your words. They call it lip reading. Yeah, people do that. So kids, that's why he said kids, go inside before you start talking. They're gonna sit right there and they're gonna be like this. But why? He couldn't hear her. Her mouth was moving. That's why he was marking her words to see what she was saying. That's what people do from afar to figure out. Because some people are good. They could figure out what a person's saying from far and read your lips. So he marked her mouth. You notice she talking when you don't hear nothing. All right? That's uncommon. That's not a usual thing. Time sheet.
Now Hannah, she spake in her heart, only her lips moved, but her voice was not heard.
She spoke inside, right? But her lips were still moving. I've done that before. Lips moving. But I'm communing with them myself.
Yeah.
Okay? Time sheet.
Therefore Eli thought she had been drunken.
So now look, he don't know what she's saying in her heart. He can't hear. All he knows is she's standing up and her mouth is moving and she's saying stuff.
Ain't no words
and ain't no words coming out. So when you go outside, you see that the first thing you're gonna say is drunk, slow, tweaking, he on some drugs, or something wrong with him, right or wrong. So back here, they didn't have retards and crazy people in it. So he said, man, she drunk.
You gotta be drunk.
Because the actions of a drunk woman is just as bad as the actions of drunk men. It's even worse because she's a woman.
She's gonna get lewd.
Yeah. You said she's gonna get rude?
Lewd.
Lewd. Yeah.
Men
She's
don't
gonna get very. No. The woman, when they get drunk, they start getting naked.
Yeah.
If they ain't naked already. Yeah. Time sheet.
And Eli said unto her, how long wilt thou be drunken? Put away thy wine from
I
thee.
said, man, how long you gonna be drinking, man? Because women ain't supposed to do that in Israel. The woman in Israel then go get this bottle. Everybody on this bottle.
Pull up with a big bottle
Tito's.
of Patron.
Tito's, Patron. All this today now. And look, you got a woman walking with the bottle is one of men. Yeah, they'll drink you under the table.
Yeah.
Women wasn't like that back then, man. It was men that drunk like that. Now, I know a lot of women, they'll drink you under the table, man. I can't mess with her.
Yeah, me neither.
I'm like, whoa,
Me
you
neither.
finished all that already?
Straight.
No.
Straight.
Straight.
With just water on the side.
I said, damn, now we about to go get another one. I said, I'm good. I got my little personal bottle. Yeah, I'm good. She drink hard, more harder liquor and more than me on a regular. They didn't get down like that. That's why he said, yo, man, how long you gonna be drinking? You ain't supposed to be doing this. He said, put away your wine from thee. You know what that means? Stop drinking. That's what he's telling them. Stop drinking. You doing this, you don't need to drink. Time sheet.
And Hannah answered and said, no, my lord, I'm a woman of a sorrowful spirit.
See what she said? She said, mind your business, old man. Who are you? You ain't my father. Wow. If he was your father, you wouldn't have listened. Another saying they say, look, you ain't got no ring on my finger. You put the ring on her finger, she want a divorce. All these things is just not to hear what you got to say. I don't want to hear it. So I bring up things and say, oh, well, for you to tell me this, you got to be doing this. I do this and more, still can't tell you. That's not just the woman now. That's everybody. Everybody makes up something to stop good to come to them. You got it? That's the block. You put the block on yourself. We're not those people. Those people, the block had to get put on them. Certain things, this is all straight cut off. So everything goes.
Go ahead.
No. It's already there.
Yeah, it's already there.
It's been there.
We're
just recognizing it now.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
It's been there. It's been going on.
Been going out.
It's been happening.
Out already.
We're going to know, man, because it's going,
Talk
all that stuff was for those people back there.
Talk about it.
All those warnings we read about, everything happened already. It's duck season.
They've been cut off already.
So that's what Chief said. Now, read, do. Read, do. Read, do. If you do anything else outside of that,
You cut off.
you're not going to make it. You're going to think you good.
You think you good. That's a fact.
You go. That's part of the
Think you
cutoff.
good. No,
That's
you ain't
part of the
good.
cut. That's part of the cutoff.
That's part of the cutoff.
That's part of it. For you to think you good.
I always say you can sit right here. They teach
And
you.
sit, and you done.
And you cut
You
off.
already done off.
Facts.
You already done off.
Facts.
I don't see them tell certain people to their face individually, right?
Yeah.
So you keep throwing up like this, you ain't gonna be here for long.
Yeah.
And don't think you're gonna go to another camp. You ain't gonna do none of this for long.
Yeah.
He's done told many people that.
Or you just gonna
You
stay
know
in that
why?
cutoff zone, fam.
Oh, you just stay
Stay
there.
in that zone.
Just stay there.
Just stay right there in that zone.
It is right. Still is
Yeah.
right.
Still is right.
But you ain't doing nothing.
But you ain't doing nothing. Yeah. Yeah.
You're not
What you
even
doing?
attempting.
Yeah.
Nothing. And that's the block.
Yeah.
It come in different forms now. Because wickedness at a height. And like the Most High said, until the pit be dug for the wicked.
Yeah.
The pit was not dug in these holy and righteous people time. Okay? After 70 AD, that's when hell is for the world. There ain't no temple, there's no priest, there's no ark,
There's no nothing. You, me, as individuals, or your household, or those who have household, we got what Chief said. He said, start by doing everything you know.
Mm-hmm.
Don't try to do nothing extra, new. Hold on, well, you know what? Yeah, but leave that alone. Do the things that you were taught first.
Yeah.
That's what, first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade.
Yeah.
Oh, Paul, he always said, every now and then, he said, look, man, you gotta stay in the law. Don't go too far off and don't stay out there too long.
Yeah.
He said, even the teachers. He said, even me. He said himself, what he got to do to keep himself correct.
Verse 5.
Verse 5.
He's been doing this for over
That
50 years.
verse 5. And his teacher, which was Chief Khan, you know what he told him? He said, no, Johnny, no history, no Hebrew, no nothing. You stay in that verse 5. You just got here. Don't go nowhere else. Now, when you hear us speaking about certain things, right? For the woman, you go to your husband. You go to your husband, he will explain it to you. Go to your father, he will explain it to you. Or speak to one of the teachers after, and we will explain it to you. But stay in the first 5 of the Old Testament. Don't mess with the Apocrypha. So there's a whole history behind this. You won't even, you would read certain things in here. It says, oh, wow, look. You would see certain names in there and think that what we're teaching is wrong. Because you don't understand how this was interpreted. Okay? Leave this alone. We still figuring this one out. Okay? We're still in this. This is fresh and new to the teachers who've been teaching for decades. All right? Stay in the first 5. Israelites are writing books and making books to make it easy for you to serve God, they say. They're taking this and don't buy none of these books.
No.
Don't go on YouTube and listen to these people. Everybody's bugged out. Everybody has their version of Moses. Everybody has their version of Abraham. Okay? One guy said, oh, Solomon was messy. He was with the jinns and demons. No, it don't say that in the book. It says Solomon was married to Delilah, and they wasn't even alive in the same time frame. Okay? They making up stories. It was only Adam and Eve. I'm tired of hearing about this Lilith, man. Yo, regular dudes in the street. He's talking about Adam and Eve, blah, blah, blah. You say, yeah, but then, that's why he got with Lilith. I said, nah, man. I said, yo, man. And when they say it, they're saying it like it's something good. Everybody is into this stuff now. That's a made-up demon, man. Look, that demon don't even exist. They made it up as folklore. You know what folklore is? These folks made up a story, told it to these folks. These folks took it over here to these folks. These folks took it over to these folks, and it becomes lore. You know what lore is? Lore, L-O-R-E. Everything in this story is questionable. All right? There's not too much evidence for it. It's from hearsay to hearsay. Watch when we read the definition of what lore means.
That's the New Testament.
Okay?
That's the New Testament.
We had a lot of crazy stories about Samson, about Eve, Abraham, and the stories that I hear is against the law.
It doesn't correlate with what the book said.
I'm like, I said, man, these people serve God. They were commanded not to do stuff like this. Where you get this story from? From people. That's where they get it from. Right, Lord. L-O-R, yeah, L-O-R. I got it, yeah.
A body of traditions and knowledge.
Say it again.
A body of traditions and knowledge.
Tradition, a body. You know what the body is, right?
Right.
The stories that come with the tradition. You know what tradition is?
Right.
Stories that are not
Inherited
true,
pattern of thought.
that are inherited.
Passed down.
I have
Information that's
children.
passed down.
And they inherit the story I got
Mm-hmm.
about Santa Claus.
Mm-hmm.
You see that?
Right.
Tradition and a fake story. A tradition that was made out of something that is not true. That's
A
it.
body of traditions and knowledge on a subject or held by a particular group, typically passed from person to person by
From
word
person to person by word of mouth,
That's
typically passed. So they take this and everybody pass it around, and next thing you know, it say thou shalt not steal. By the time I get it back, it says it's okay to steal.
of mouth. Right.
It says it's not a problem to cut your hair. It's not a problem. Oh, that you can celebrate your birthday. One last thing. The wearing of the pants, the woman wearing the pants. There was a time, right? Everybody who was Israelites, there was a decade in the past, no Israelite woman wore pants. Everybody agreed to that, okay? Everybody agreed to that. All the teachers taught the same thing. What is happening now? What is happening now? So I put on a woman's garment. I put on a mini skirt. You know, say, yo, Mick, what you doing? It's the same thing when she put on the pants. Why when she do it, nothing happens? Why the gay men get it, the gay woman don't get it?
Word.
Why? Why people asking, so is it the same over here? Yes! I'm telling you, yo, and it's Israelites asking this question, son. Shalom alaikum. What day again? 15?
Labor Day is coming up. Watch what you drink to.
Don't even
I said Labor Day is coming up. Watch what you drink to.
drink in your house.
We'll celebrate Labor Day. Everybody